Chapter 25. Extracting a sufficient amount of the tiger paw grass's medicinal liquid was only the first step of refining the fasting pill. Next, he still had to condense the medicinal liquid of 3 different herbs. After resting for a while, Shao Qin took out a saffron and held it in his hand. He tried to use his spiritual sense to establish a mental connection with the saffron. With a thought, the green that hidden in his sea of consciousness became like a small stream. It formed a jade-green line and instantly flowed out of his body through the meridians in his arm. A green line that was invisible to the naked eye connected to the bright saffron. Immediately, a bright red space appeared in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This time, Shao Chen had a deeper understanding of the internal space of the herb. Those flowing red lines should be the medicinal properties contained in the saffron. They would eventually flow to the node, which was also the place where the saffron had the most medicinal properties. Other places could be ignored when calcined. After a while, Shao Chen opened his eyes and got rid of this strange state. After establishing a mental connection with the herb again, Shao Chen had a vague understanding of the green in his sea of consciousness. This green that could be a spirit core formed after his spiritual sense awakened. However, he did not know what kind of aptitude the pea-sized spirit core in his sea of consciousness was. Recollecting his thoughts, Shao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation again and summoned out the purple thunder true fire. He started to condense the medicinal liquid of the saffron. He condensed 50 drops of red medicinal liquid. Following that, he condensed the medicinal liquid of the octagonal lotus and the spearmint. Looking at the 4 porcelain bottles on the table, Shao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The first step of refining the fasting pill was finally completed. He had actually exhausted half of the essence in his body. The second step, condensing the pill, required a large amount of essence. If he did not have enough essence, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Shao Chen could only temporarily give up on the second step. He sat cross-legged and circulated his essence to slowly recover the exhausted essence. Yuan Qi. At this moment, Shao Chen's desire for essence qi became incomparably realistic. If he had sufficient essence qi, this kind of trouble would not have appeared at all. And this was only concocting the most basic of pills. If he were to concoct a higher grade medicine without the support of essence qi, he might not even be able to persist through the first step. Half an hour later, Shao Chen stopped cultivating. The essence in his body had reached its peak state. It was enough for him to carry out the second step of refining the medicine. Picking up the blue dragon medicine cauldron, Shao Chen called out the purple thunder true fire. He sent the flame on his palm into the blue dragon medicine cauldron's entrance. The purple flame burned fiercely in the cauldron. Shao Chen first poured the tiger paw grass's medicinal liquid into the cauldron. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the viscous medicinal liquid churned continuously, giving off a z sound. A faint fragrance came from the cauldron. Shao Chen counted the time in his heart. After a minute, he poured the second medicinal liquid into the cauldron. For minutes later, all the medicinal liquids in the 4 porcelain bottles were poured into the cauldron. Shao Chen covered the cauldron and did his best to burn the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. An invisible thread connected the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. The essence in Shao Chen's body flowed continuously through this thread and into the purple thunder true fire in the cauldron. This was the disadvantage of not having a spiritual sense. If Shao Chen cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation to the second layer and cultivated a spiritual sense, he would be able to directly control the intensity of the purple thunder true fire through his spiritual sense. He would not need to exhaust so much essence like he did now. Within the blue dragon medicine cauldron, the 4 colored medicinal liquids churned continuously. In the end, they slowly mixed together, forming a viscous liquid that revolved continuously. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance in the room became even denser. Xiao Qin, who did not have a spiritual sense, was unable to see the situation within the cauldron. He could only judge from the fragrance coming from the cauldron that the 4 medicinal liquids had already merged together. At this moment, he could not use a fierce flame to burn the medicinal liquid. He had to follow the direction of the medicinal liquid and control the purple thunder true fire to surround the medicinal liquid from afar. Then he had to slowly revolve it around the medicinal liquid. The temperature of the flame had to decrease as well. Sweat continuously appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This step consumed more essence than using a fierce flame to burn the medicinal liquid. Every time the flame revolved, Xiao Qin felt the essence in his body decrease by a large amount. If he was not careful and his essence dried up, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. When the medicinal fragrance in the room changed again, Xiao Qin finally heaved a sigh of relief. He still had about 10% of essence left in his body. The situation of essence drying up that he was most worried about did not occur. This amount of essence was sufficient for him to carry on with the last step of refining the pill. The chaotic medicinal liquid within the cauldron had already condensed into a coarse, spherical pill embryo under the slow calcination of the warm fire. A faint fragrance wafted out from the cauldron lid. As long as the final step was completed, the pill of fasting would be complete. Xiao Qin opened the lid of the cauldron, and an even denser fragrance assaulted his nose. Looking at the coarse pill embryo in the cauldron, Xiao Qin felt extremely gratified. It was his first time refining a pill, yet he was able to reach this stage without making any major mistakes. This was already very gratifying. If he could complete the last step perfectly, then it would be even more satisfying. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with passion, but his state of mind was extremely calm. This last step was also the most important step. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Xiao Qin controlled the purple thunder true fire to slowly rise up. The coarse pill embryo also followed the purple flames and rose into the air. Xiao Qin stretched out his right hand, and the pill embryo slowly descended onto his palm along with the purple flames. It's time to shape it. Concentrating and guarding his qi, Xiao Chen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was a situation that would only occur when one was in a highly concentrated state. Hu qi. The pill embryo spun rapidly in the flame. Xiao Chen did not dare to breathe too loudly. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. The uneven pill embryo slowly started to round up, and a faint luster appeared on the pill. Only at this moment could this fasting pill be considered a true pill. Xiao Chen pressed his palm down and placed the pill back into the medicine cauldron. Then he covered the cauldron and started the final heating process. At this moment, Xiao Qin did not dare to relax at all. Until the medicinal pill came out of the cauldron, it could not be considered a success. However, there was no longer much risk. All he needed to do was wait for a while, and the fasting pill would be done. Second young master, supper is ready. Do you want to eat? Bang! Just at this moment, Bao Er's voice suddenly rang out. This caused Xiao Chen's state of concentration to become chaotic. In the instant he was distracted, he did not control the flame in the cauldron properly. The pill that was about to be completed shattered into pieces. The other dragon head of the blue dragon medicine cauldron slowly released the dregs of the pill. Damn! What are you doing here? Xiao Qin shouted angrily at Bao Er, who had appeared outside the door. After so much effort, he had finally reached the final moment of the pill's formation. However, it was destroyed just like that. Xiao Chen's mood was extremely terrible. His head was covered in sweat, and his expression was filled with resentment. It made Xiao Chen's expression look extremely horrifying. Outside the door, Bao looked at Xiao Chen, who was shouting at her angrily. Then, she looked at the situation on the table. She knew that she had caused a huge disaster. Her face was pale with fright. Her hands, which were holding the supper, trembled uncontrollably. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. She said fearfully, "Second young master, I didn't do it on purpose." The essence in his body was exhausted. His mind was also extremely weak. Xiao Chun waved his hand impatiently. "Go out. There is nothing for you to do here." After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered some of his strength. He felt regret in his heart. What's wrong with me? A failed refinement of a pill caused me to lose my temper at a little girl. Do I really think of myself as a young master? With such little strength and status, my temper is already so bad. Then, what is the difference between me and those profligate scions of the Zhang clan? It is just a failed refinement of a pill. If the first attempt is unsuccessful, I can just try again. What is the point of venting my anger on a little girl? The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the more he felt that he had done wrong. He got up and walked to Bao Er's room. The light in Bao Er's room was still on. Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of the door, could hear soft sobbing coming from inside. Creak! Xiao Chen pushed the door gently. Perhaps it was because he had returned in a hurry. Bao Er's door was not bolted. Xiao Chen pushed it open gently. When Bao Er, who was sitting by the bed, saw Xiao Chen push the door open and enter, she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, "Second young master, why are you here? Earlier, I really did not do it on purpose." Xiao Chen, you are such an innocent sister-in-law. You scared others to this extent. You are really not a good person. Xiao Chen cursed himself in his heart. On the way here, he thought of apologizing. However, when he was about to say it, he was too embarrassed to say it. Xiao Chen looked at the supper on the table. It was a bowl of squid porridge. He said, I am here to eat supper. Also, I want to see you." After Xiao Chen said that, he picked up the bowl of squid porridge on the table and started eating. It tasted pretty good. Normally, the kitchen would not provide supper at this time. Bao must have made it herself. It is very delicious. Did you make it yourself? Yes, I am very good at it. I learned it from my mother when I was young. Bao replied in a low voice. Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to be enjoying the porridge, Bao asked carefully, "Second young master, are you still angry at me?" Yes. Xiao Chen placed the bowl on the table heavily. His expression was extremely serious. Bao Er's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, started thumping again. "I was just teasing you. Ha! I am angry that you made too little squid porridge tonight. As a punishment, you must make another bowl tomorrow." Xiao Chen suddenly smiled. Bao Er's tear-stained face revealed a joyful smile. She said in disbelief, "Really?" Xiao Chen got up and walked over to Bao Er. He wiped away the remaining tears on her face and said sincerely, "Really, the squid porridge you made was very delicious. I should not have lost my temper at you. Don't think too much. Have a good sleep." Chapter 26. Within a secret room of the Xiao clan, two people dressed in embroidered robes were looking at a corpse on the ground. If Xiao Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. The corpse on the ground was the first elder of the Zhang clan, who had died in the Thunder King's cave. These two people held absolute authority in the Xiao clan. One of them was the first elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Chong, and the other was the Xiao clan head, Xiao Xiong, who had not shown himself for a long time. Xiao Xiong squatted down and casually flipped through the corpse on the ground. "When did you find him?" The corpse had already decomposed for a period of time, and there was a faint corpse smell in the air. Xiao Chong wrinkled his nose and said, 10 days ago, when the guards on the mountain were patrolling, they accidentally discovered you. You were in closed-door training, so it was not convenient for me to bring the corpse over." After pausing for a while, Xiao Chong continued, "This fellow died from the poison of poinsettia. After that, I asked Yulan, and it was indeed done by her. She also told me about what happened back then." Xiao Chong stood up and listened carefully to Xiao Chong's narration. When he heard about the mysterious blue-clothed martial saint, his expression changed slightly, but it was gone in an instant. After he finished listening, he had a teasing expression on his face as he said, "This old fellow has always been against us. This time, he died in the hands of a martial master junior. I wonder how he feels?" Xiao Chong smiled embarrassedly and did not reply to Xiao Xiong's words. He said worriedly, "That mysterious martial saint suddenly came to Mo City. Are you not worried at all?" Xiao Xiong's face revealed a bitter smile. Ever since the Xiao clan settled down in this small Mo City, they did not live for another day. The seniors of the Xiao clan all thought that they had profited. So what's the point of me worrying? These jumping clowns, if they want to do anything to my Xiao clan, as long as I, Xiao Xiong, still have a breath left in me, even if I turn into ashes, I will take a bite out of them. Xiao Xiong changed the topic, and a resolute gaze appeared in his eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao Chong naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Xiong's words. From the first day he became the first elder, he already knew how strong the enemies of the Xiao clan were. It was not easy for the Xiao clan to survive until now. Compared to them, the enemies in front of him were not even worth mentioning. According to Yulan's description, this person in blue should have a rock martial spirit. In Cheesy County, there is only one martial saint with a rock martial spirit, the third elder of the Lung clan of Azure River City. The Lung clan was the undisputed top clan of Cheesy County. In the past few years, with the support of the Misty Sword sect, they had expanded their influence very quickly. They had already extended their influence to Blackwater City, which was close to Mo City. It made perfect sense for them to join forces with the Zhang clan to deal with the Xiao clan. Xiao Xiong did not seem to be interested in this news. His expression did not change as he said, "They only want my Xiao clan's Seven-Horn Mountain." The promise of 10 years was set by the city lord of Mo City. Even if the Lung clan has the support of the Misty Sword sect, they would not dare to be forceful. "How is the investigation I asked you to do during the day?" Second Young Master's martial spirit is indeed an extremely demonic purple flame. Furthermore, it is rather tyrannical. Although he had some doubts as to why Xiao Xiong was so concerned about Xiao Chen's martial spirit, Xiao Chong still answered truthfully. A relaxed expression appeared on Xiao Xiong's face as he said, "Then did he agree to participate in the promise of 10 years?" Hearing Xiao Xiong ask this question, Xiao Chong's tense face revealed a relaxed smile as he said he agreed. "This brat is very crafty. He even extorted a spirit weapon for me." At this moment, Xiao Qin, who was still in Bao Er's room, naturally did not know that the two people with the most authority in the Xiao clan were discussing his matters in a certain secret room. After leaving Bao Er's room, Xiao Chun calmed his emotions and started to refine the fasting pill for the second time. With the previous experience, Xiao Qin was even more proficient in refining it. Without any mishaps, after 2 hours, the fasting pill was successfully molded. Xiao Chen then placed the pill into the blue dragon medicine cauldron. After 10 minutes of nourishing, Xiao Chen stopped the purple thunder true fire. Ka! A medicinal pill brimming with luster came out of the other dragon head and fell into the medicine cauldron that Xiao Chen had prepared long ago. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chun revealed a gratified smile. He had finally succeeded in refining the fasting pill. However, this was just the beginning. Although the fasting pill was miraculous, it did not have any substantial effect on cultivation. It was only used to increase his proficiency in alchemy. The essence nurturing pill and qi returning pill that he was going to refine next were the pills that he wanted the most. After consuming the qi returning pill, it could quickly recover the exhausted spiritual energy of a cultivator. Its effects were similar to the essence returning pill of the Tianmu continent. As long as it was a cultivator, there would be situations where their essence would be exhausted or depleted. If there was a pill that could quickly recover essence, it would be of great help regardless of whether it was refining alchemy or fighting. The remaining essence nurturing pill was used to increase the cultivation speed of low-ranked cultivators. This was a necessity for Shao Qin to quickly advance to the second layer of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. In the Tianwu continent, alchemists below grade 5 would not be able to refine such a pill. If Shao Qin did not have the compendium of cultivation, the formulas and refining methods in it would be different from this world's. With his current cultivation, he would not be able to refine such a pill. However, Shao Qin was not in a rush to refine these two pills. Instead, he continued to refine the fasting pill. These two pills were of the same grade as the fasting pill in the compendium of cultivation. However, the difficulty of refining them was much higher. If he tried to refine them rashly, the chances of failure would be very high. Furthermore, Shao Qin only got Bao to buy one set of the ingredients for these two pills. The reason was simple: he did not have money. That's right, he did not have money. The amount of money that Shao Qin received from the Shao clan every month was only 1,000 silver taels. This amount of money was more than enough to buy the ingredients for the fasting pill. However, if he wanted to buy the ingredients for the essence nurturing pill and the qi returning pill in bulk, it would be a little too much. If he included the chances of failure, he would need even more money. As for the matter of money, Shao Qin had already thought of a way to deal with it. There was no need to worry too much. His gaze was fixed on the fasting pill in the jade bottle. The most important thing now was to increase his proficiency in refining alchemy. Taking out the ingredients for the fasting pill, Shao Qin began to refine the fasting pill tirelessly. Time passed unknowingly. Only when his mental energy was completely exhausted did Shao Qin stop refining. Looking at the jade bottle that was already filled to the brim with fasting pills, Shao Qin revealed a satisfied smile. This bottle contained a total of 20 fasting pills. As he continued to familiarize himself with the process, his refining speed became faster and faster. He only failed once due to a mistake. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he guarded his dantian with qi and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. Shao Qin began to slowly recover his exhausted essence. Strands of essence slowly flowed into his body in the room, filled with a medicinal fragrance. Finally, it gathered in the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit under his dantian. There was no concept of time during cultivation. When Shao Qin opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. He stretched his body. The bones in his entire body gave off a series of crisp sounds. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable. The fatigue from the previous night had been swept away. "Young master, can I come in? I have brought the water to wash your face." Bao Er's voice came from outside the door. Shao Qin quickly got up to open the door. Seeing Bao Er's smiling face, Shao Qin relaxed. It seemed like Bao Er had already forgiven him for yesterday's matter. "AI, it smells so good. This is young master's room." Shao Qin had refined a large number of fasting pills the previous night. The dense medicinal fragrance had not completely dissipated even after a night. The fragrance that assaulted his senses made Bao Er feel energized, and her mood improved significantly. Bao Er already knew that he knew how to refine pills last night. Even if he wanted to hide it now, he might as well tell her. "Last night, I refined some pills here, so it smelled very good. I don't want others to know that I know how to refine pills for now. Bao Er, can you help me keep this a secret?" Although the matter of refining pills was not a big deal if others knew about it, it would still cause some unnecessary trouble. If he wanted to keep this a secret, he could only hope that Bao Er could be trusted. After all, when facing a 14 or 15-year-old girl, Shao Qin could not possibly silence her by killing her. Bao Er nodded her head. "Seriously, second young master, don't worry. Bao, I will not tell anyone. Young master, you have not washed your face, right? Bao, I will help you wash your face." After Bao Er finished speaking, She naturally picked up the wet towel and moved it towards Xiao Chen's face. However, because of his cultivation, Xiao Chen was much taller than Bao Er. When Bao Er reached out, she had to tiptoe a little. Seeing Bao Er like this, Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Bao Er's wrist and took the towel. He smiled and said, "Young master has hands and feet. I can still do this. Don't do this in the future." Bao Er, whose wrist was grabbed, blushed slightly. She whispered, "Then what can Bao Er do?" Seeing Bao Er murmuring in a low voice and looking very cute, Xiao Chen felt a ripple in his heart. He had an urge to take a bite out of her. Xiao Chen shook his head violently before he recollected his thoughts. He looked at the messy bed and said, "Help me fold the blanket. Later, you can clean the room." Bao Er gave a sound of acknowledgement and ran over happily. As long as there was something to do, she would be very happy. After washing his face, Xiao Chen placed a jade bottle filled with fasting pills into his bosom. He said to Bao Er, "I will be going into the city later. After you are done with this, you can do something that you like. There is no need to stay here." "Oh," Bao Er replied helplessly. Before she came, she was afraid that Xiao Chen would ask her to do something embarrassing. Now that she looked at it, it seemed that Xiao Chen was not that kind of person. She felt like she had nothing to do. After leaving the Xiao residence, Xiao Chen found a desolate place. He changed into a large black cloak and covered his entire body in the shadows. Then he rushed towards Mo City. Chapter 27. The three great clans of Mo City, the Xiao clan, the Zhang clan, and the Tang clan, each of them had a large amount of real estate and shops in the city. However, the most profitable place in the city was the auction house. This was all because of the name of this auction house, Linlang Pavilion. Linlang Pavilion was the largest auction house in the Great Qin Empire. It had branches in all of the 36 counties of the empire, and the master behind it was the emperor's son-in-law, Nangonglai. He was a relative of the emperor, in addition to the huge power of the Nangong clan. With such a background, naturally no one would dare to offend him. Perhaps in some of the larger prefectures or imperial capitals, there would be powers that could compete with the Nangong clan and dare to open a second or third auction house. However, in this small Mo city, there was no one who would dare to take advantage of them and open a second auction house. Linlang Pavilion was the destination of Xiao Chen's trip. He could not expose his identity as an alchemist and go to the Xiao clan to get money. Furthermore, he could not sell the moonstones in his room. If he wanted to earn money quickly, he could only rely on the fasting pills he refined last night. Tidying up the cloak on his body and looking at the beautiful signboard of Linlang Pavilion, Xiao Chen revealed a smile under the shadows as he slowly walked into Linlang Pavilion. Due to the lack of human traffic, the Linlang Pavilion in Mo City would only hold a small-scale auction every month. Every 3 months, they would hold a medium-sized auction. The large-scale auction would only be held once a year. At that time, it would be the busiest time in Mo City. Counting the days, it was almost the end of the month. There were many people in the hall on the first floor who came to look at the goods. These people were undoubtedly people with high statuses in Mo City. Among them, the three great clans had the most people. Xiao Qin even saw many familiar people from the Xiao clan, but this was not the time to greet them. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came from behind him, followed by a palm that was about to reach down. Xiao Chen's sharp senses felt this aura, and his body flashed forward, turning around to make a move. Pu Qi. Xiao Chen clasped the man's wrist. Xiao Chen exerted a little force on the man's wrist. The man immediately showed a painful expression and shouted with a stern look, "Bastard, let me go!" This person was dressed in a blue and white robe and looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. His cultivation was in the medial grade martial disciple realm. There was a yellow flower embroidered on his collar. Xiao Qin understood that this person should be a guard of Linlang Pavilion. However, he had no intention of letting go. He increased the strength in his hand and asked coldly, "Why did you attack me?" That person cried out in pain again and cursed. Bastard, hurry up and let go. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out of this Linling pavilion. The voices of the two quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They looked at Xiao Chen mockingly. Xiao Chen's cultivation was only at the inferior grade martial disciple realm. Yet these people actually dared to come to Linling Pavilion to cause trouble. They were simply courting death. Very quickly, a large group of cultivators dressed in blue and white robes with a yellow flower embroidered on their collars ran over. Under the lead of a martial master, they surrounded Xiao Chen. That martial master had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was tall and sturdy, but the expression on his face was very cautious. He did not seem angry or irritable. He frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Chen before shifting his gaze to the person that Xiao Chen was holding. He asked in a cold voice, "Gao Long, what's going on?" Gao Long, whose wrist was being held by Xiao Chen, had a pained expression on his face. From Xiao Chen's hand, electric currents flowed continuously into his body. Every time the essence that he gathered with great difficulty came into contact with this electric current, it would immediately dissipate without a trace. This caused him to be unable to break free from Xiao Chen's grasp. "Captain, this person is dressed strangely." After he entered the hall, he looked around shiftily. "I'm afraid he has some ulterior motive, so I want to capture him and question him," Gao Long said with a trembling voice. He, a medial grade martial disciple, was being held down by an inferior grade martial disciple. Even if he was in the right this time, he had lost the face of Linling Pavilion. He would definitely not be able to escape the captain's punishment. When he thought of the captain's punishment, Gao Long could not help but tremble. When the superior grade martial disciple, who was addressed as the captain, saw Xiao Chen's attire, he also had some doubts in his heart. Of the people who came here, which one of them did not wear bright and beautiful clothes? Who would dress so strangely like Xiao Chen? A cloak covered his entire body, making him look like he had some ulterior motive. "This friend, I am Jiang Qi, the commander of the guards on the first floor of Linling Pavilion. I wonder why you are here. Are you here to buy something?" Although he already had a fixed impression of Xiao Chen, Jiang Qi still asked cautiously. "No." The shadow of the cloak covered Xiao Chen's face, making it impossible to see his expression. When Gao Long, who was being held down, heard this, he had an expression of joy on his face. If he is not here to buy something, then naturally he is here to cause trouble. Since he is here to cause trouble, this brat will not be able to leave. He smiled sinisterly in his heart, and the pain in his hand seemed to lessen. "In that case, do you have any friends here?" Jiang Qi continued to ask patiently. However, the killing Qi that he had been hiding was released without restraint. As long as Xiao Chen denied it again, he would immediately make a move. No matter who it was, whoever caused trouble in Linling Pavilion would only have one outcome: death. Jiang Qi's aura of a superior grade martial master spread out into the surroundings. The killing Qi enveloped Xiao Chen firmly. The biting cold killing Qi caused the surrounding people to tremble. When these people looked at Xiao Chen again, it was as if he was already a dead man. The killing Qi was so dense that even the surrounding people could feel it. Actually, this was because one's cultivation realm was not high enough. It was condensed and not solid. A true expert's killing Qi could gather into a network of lines and not scatter. When it completely enveloped the target, the surrounding people would not be able to feel it at all. Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the killing Qi, did not show any fear. He said indifferently, "I do not have any friends here." Jiang Qi smiled coldly. "Then I will have to offend you." "Who?" The surrounding air suddenly turned cold. A cold Qi gathered on his body, and a layer of ice wrapped around his fist. With a whistling sound, he punched toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step back and spun Gao Long's body in the air before tossing him violently at Jiang Qi. After that, he took out the jade bottle containing the fasting pill unhurriedly and gently opened the bottle cap. A dense medicinal fragrance spread into the surroundings. Soon, the entire hall on the first floor was filled with this medicinal fragrance. What pill is this? Why is it so fragrant? Could this fellow be an alchemist? I think so. The actions of those alchemists are all very strange. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. There were sounds of discussion coming from the hall. These people were people with some status who had come into contact with pills before. However, they had never seen a pill with such a dense fragrance before. For a moment, they thought that Xiao Chun was a mysterious alchemist of a very high rank. Under the cloak, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "In such a big place like Linlang Pavilion, there is not even a person to discuss business with." Jiang Qi, who had just caught Gao Long, had casually tossed him to the ground. When he heard what Xiao Chen said and saw the pill in Xiao Chen's hand, he knew that he might have gotten into trouble. He hurriedly went forward and cupped his hands. "Senior, sorry for my rudeness. I hope Senior can forgive me." Although Xiao Chen was only an inferior grade martial disciple, if he could refine a high-rank pill, it was natural for him to address him as Senior. Gao Long, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and cried out in pain. When Xiao Chen had thrown him to Jiang Qi, he had used a lot of force. Furthermore, Jiang Qi had thrown him casually. Currently, there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. When Gao Long heard Jiang Qi's words, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of bad luck did I have today? I actually offended an alchemist, thinking that he was a sneaky thief. Xiao Chen did not care about the change in Jiang Qi's attitude. This was all within his expectations, so there was nothing strange about it. He continued, "Cut the crap. Bring me to your appraiser. I want to auction off this pill at the end of the month." Jiang Qi cupped his hands and thanked him again. He led Xiao Chen to the inner pavilion. Along the way, he tried to find out about Xiao Chen's origins by beating around the bush. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not fall for such tricks. Thus, he gave a bunch of half-truths and half-lies. Everyone watched as Xiao Chen left. After a long time, a commotion broke out in the quiet hall on the first floor. The sounds of discussion rose and fell. This alchemist is actually here to bid. "Old Chin, when was the last time Linlang Pavilion auctioned a pill? Do you remember?" In the large-scale auction held last year, there was a rank 3 pill. I think this year's large-scale auction might be brought forward. The pill that the mysterious person brought is definitely rank 3 and above. Nonsense! How could a rank 3 pill have such a strong medicinal fragrance? I have seen a rank 4 pill before, but it did not have such a strong medicinal fragrance. Someone beside that person immediately retorted, "How is that possible? To be able to refine a rank 4 pill, it has to be at least a rank 4 alchemist. There are only a few rank 4 alchemists in the entire Luojia prefecture. Why would he come to our small Mo city?" In an instant, an intense debate broke out in the hall regarding the rank of this mysterious pill. At this moment, in the inner pavilion, the pill appraiser, Old Hu, was sweating profusely. He was thinking hard about the rank of this pill. Fasting pill. After consuming it, one would not need to eat for a month. What kind of pill was this? It was unheard of in the great Qin nation. The appraisers of Glittering Jewels Pavilion naturally had good foresight. These appraisers were all nurtured by Glittering Jewels Pavilion themselves. After going through layers of tests, they would be sent down. The appraisers of Glittering Jewels Pavilion all started from the lowest level and then moved up based on their results. Thus, even if it was the appraisers of Mo City, if they were placed in any other auction house, they would be able to hold their own in any auction house at the level of a prefecture city. Old, who carefully looked at the pill in his hand, he was sure that this pill was not something that could fool people. Regardless of whether it was the pill's fragrance, glossiness, or color, it was not something that an ordinary person could refine. However, he had never heard of a pill called the fasting pill in this world. How was he going to set the price? He was extremely vexed. Xiao Qin sat on the chair and gently took a sip of the tea at the side. He looked at Old Hu, who was still trying to figure it out, and said impatiently, "Old Hu, after studying it for so long, can you start bidding now?" Old Hu wiped the sweat off his forehead. In the end, he still decided to play it safe. He said apologetically, "Please wait for a moment. I am unable to appraise this pill. I will go and invite the pavilion master over." Xiao Qin put down his teacup and made a gesture to invite him to do as he pleased. He was quite confident that Lin Lang would be able to appraise the fasting pill. Chapter 28. After Old Hu took his leave, he quickly made his way to the 4th floor of Lin Lang Pavilion. When he arrived at the pavilion master's room, he discovered that the door was tightly shut and there were 2 guards standing in front of it. The pavilion master's room was usually open. In such a situation, there should be an esteemed guest, and it would be inconvenient to disturb him. However, this matter was urgent. If word got out that Lin Lang Pavilion could not even appraise a single pill, it would be detrimental to Lin Lang Pavilion's reputation. "Brothers, if I want to enter the pavilion master, can you inform him?" Old Hu asked in a deep voice. Naturally, the guards outside recognized Old Hu. However, the pavilion master had instructed them not to let anyone disturb him. They were put in a difficult position and said, "Old Hu, the pavilion master, is meeting with an esteemed guest and instructed us not to disturb him." As expected, Old Hu was somewhat disappointed. Then he remembered Xiao Chen's impatient appearance. If he waited any longer, he might leave. He immediately said anxiously, "I am indeed looking for the pavilion master for a very important matter. Would you 2 brothers please help me? If anything happens, I will take full responsibility." The bodyguards guarding outside the door were in a dilemma for a moment. The status of the appraisers in Lin Lang Pavilion was extremely high. Even the pavilion head was very respectful to these appraisers. The status of the 2 small bodyguards was far lower than that of Mr. Hu. If something serious really happened, they might be implicated. But the pavilion head had indeed specially instructed in advance that no one could disturb them. Seeing the 2 of them still hesitating, Old Hu hardened his heart and said coldly, "This matter is very important. If the 2 of you ruin it, don't blame me for reminding you." Hearing these words, the 2 guards finally chose to compromise and let Old Hu in. "Old Hu, we have to say this first. If the pavilion master blames us, you will have to take full responsibility." Old Hu nodded and immediately walked in impatiently. In the reception room, the pavilion master was in a very good mood. He smiled at the girl dressed in men's clothing. "Fei Shue, you have been here for a few days already. You only thought of coming to Uncle Nangong's place today. This is not right." Feng Fei Shue, who was dressed in men's clothing, smiled gently and said, "Uncle Yan, aren't I here now?" He pointed to the tea leaves on the table and said, "I know you like this Junshan silver needle tea, so I bought half of the stock from Wenshuan Tea House in the capital." When Nangong Yen heard this, he laughed loudly. It was obvious that he did not mind that Feng Feishue had come to see him a few days late. He said, "I have not seen you for 6 years. Now you have become so beautiful. Those young masters in the imperial capital must be circling around you." When Feng Feishue heard this, she blushed slightly. She smiled and said, "Uncle Yen, stop teasing Feishue." Nangong Yen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "I forgot that you are already engaged. I don't know what the character of that brat from the Bai clan is like. When I have time, I will help you take a look. If it is not good, I will help you to annul this engagement." A trace of warmth flowed in Feng Feishue's heart. She believed that as long as the old man in front of her said it, he would definitely be able to do it. This old man had always treated her like a granddaughter. Just at this moment, the sound of Hu Lao's footsteps could be heard. Nangong Yan's expression changed, and he felt somewhat annoyed. He had already instructed not to let outsiders in. Why was there still someone who dared to disturb him? Hu Lao looked at the atmosphere in the hall and then looked at Nan Gongyan's expression. He knew that Nan Gongyan was waiting for an explanation. If there was no suitable explanation, he would probably be in trouble. After all, the status of the pavilion master in front of him was different from the other pavilion masters. He did not need to care about the rules at all. After bowing, Hu Lao said apologetically, "Pavilion master, I am sorry. This matter concerns the reputation of Linling Pavilion, so I had no choice but to disturb you." Glancing at Feng Feishue at the side, Hu Lao did not continue speaking. Nan Gongyan understood what he meant and said, "Speak, there are no outsiders here." Hu Lao nodded his head and took out a jade bottle with a fasting pill inside. He handed it to Nan Gongyan and said, "Today a mysterious alchemist came. He brought a type of pill to be auctioned. This old man is incompetent and cannot tell what rank this pill is." Nan Gongyan received the jade bottle and was startled. He was very clear about Hu Lao's ability to appraise pills. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Hu Lao was not inferior to Nan Gongyan. To think that there was actually a pill that he was unable to appraise. What pill was this exactly? Nan Gongyan gently poured out the fasting pill and brought it before his eyes to take a closer look. The fragrance that the pill emitted in front of him fiercely entered Nan Gongyan's nose. What a fragrant pill, Nan Gongyan praised in his heart. In the boundless spiritual world in his mind, a green spirit core spun nonstop. The entire spiritual space was filled with boundless green ripples. A few green energy lines that were invisible to the naked eye shot out from Nan Gongyan's mind and entered the fasting pill. In an instant, a fog appeared in front of Nan Gongyan's spiritual sense, blocking his vision. The fog in the space became denser and denser. Nan Gongyan turned pale with fright. He had never encountered such a situation before. If he did not retreat now, he might not be able to come out. Nan Gongyan withdrew his spiritual sense with lingering fear. Looking at the patterns and luster of the pill, his expression became more and more serious. He was one of the few people who stood at the peak of alchemy in the Great Qin nation. With just a glance, he would be able to tell the quality of the alchemist and the refining method of the alchemist. However, the pill in front of him was actually able to prevent his spiritual sense from entering the core of the pill. He was sure that the refining method used by this alchemist was definitely not the mainstream refining method of the continent. It was very likely that it was an ancient refining technique that had been lost a long time ago. Thinking of this, Nan Gongyan's mood became fiery. He had been stuck at the peak of a rank 7 alchemist for many years and had been lacking an opportunity to advance. This might be an opportunity. Outsiders only knew that a rank 7 alchemist was the peak of alchemy. However, he was very clear that a rank 7 alchemist was definitely not the peak of alchemy. He had personally seen alchemists of that level before. The difference between the two could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration. Did that person say what pill it was? Nan Gongyan asked after he calmed down. Seeing Nan Gongyan's tone, Hu Lao's worried heart finally relaxed. This pill did indeed have the value of disturbing the pavilion master. He nodded his head and said it was a fasting pill. After consuming it, one would not need to eat for half a month. This old man has never heard of such a pill before, so I did not know how to price it. Fasting pill? Hearing this miraculous effect, Nan Gongyan was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. There is no mistake. Old Hu, I will remember your contribution this time. After this month's auction, I will immediately transfer you to the Linlang Pavilion in the prefecture's capital. Hu Lao was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Transferring from Mo City to the prefecture's capital was a direct promotion of 3 ranks. He originally thought that he would never be able to reach such a height in his lifetime. He did not expect that he would be able to achieve it today. Feng Feishue, who was at the side, did not understand either. Although this pill was miraculous, it did not seem to have much effect on cultivators. Why did Uncle Yen place so much importance on it? Nangong Yen looked at Feng Feishue and smiled. Last Feng, accompany me to take a look at this senior. Let's see if you can come across any good fortune. This was exactly what Feng Feishue wanted. She was somewhat curious about this alchemist who refined this miraculous pill. She immediately followed Hu Lao to the inner pavilion. Not long later, the two of them followed Hu Lao to the entrance of the inner pavilion. Nangong Yan's gaze looked straight at Xiao Chen. After a while, he felt some disappointment in his heart as he shook his head. With just one look, he was able to tell Xiao Chen's strength. The energy contained in the spiritual core was extremely weak. This was just an alchemist who had grasped his spiritual sense not too long ago. Xiao Chen felt somewhat uneasy as he tightened the black cloak on his body. The pressure that Nangong Yen gave him was too great. That earlier glance seemed to have penetrated through the cloak, completely exposing him to his gaze. There were no secrets that he could hide. When he saw Feng Feishue behind him, he was startled. Why did this woman appear here? Her background was too mysterious. Little did he know that when Feng Feishue saw the black-cloaked Xiao Chen, she was even more shocked. The blood flowing in her body allowed her to confirm Xiao Chen's identity with one look. She did not expect that he was really an alchemist. Furthermore, he was an alchemist that could cause even Nangong Yen to be shocked. Although her heart was in turmoil, Feng Feishue's expression did not change. Since Xiao Chen was dressed like this, he definitely did not want to reveal his identity. If she showed too much shock, Nangong Yen would definitely be suspicious. This little brother, did you refine this fasting pill? Although Nangong Yen could not see Xiao Chen's face clearly, he could clearly determine his age. He immediately asked bluntly. Xiao Chen did his best to calm his emotions. Although Nangong Yen did not purposely release his aura, the green that in Xiao Chen's mind could not help but tremble slightly. This was the instinctive fear of the spiritual core when facing a high-ranked alchemist. Xiao Chen, who was under the cloak, took a deep breath. His thoughts were as fast as lightning. After a while, he said in a deep voice, No, this was refined by my teacher. It is as I expected. Nangong Yen understood in his heart. He smiled and said, How should I address your teacher? This old man knows a few of the alchemists in the great Qi nation. I refined this pill myself. How could I have a teacher? Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. At this moment, he had completely recovered his mental state. He said coldly, Is this Lin Lang Pavilion doing business, or is it here to investigate someone's background? If you are not doing business, then I will take my leave. After he spoke, he stood up and left. Nangong Yen was startled. He knew that he had been too impatient and was too rude. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Little friend, please wait a moment. This old man was rude. Xiao Chen stopped and turned his back on Nangong Yen. I can stay, but I only want to talk about business. Nangong Yen gave Old Hu a look, and Old Hu immediately understood. He smiled and pulled Xiao Chen back to sit down. If you want to bid, there is no place more suitable than Lin Lang Pavilion in Mo City. Chapter 29. Then Pavilion Master, please set a price. Xiao Chen looked at Nangong Yen and said indifferently. Nangong Yen muttered to himself for a while before saying, For these fasting pills, Lin Lang Pavilion will start the auction at a base price of 10,000 silver taels. What do you think? Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. The 20 fasting pills would be the base price of 200,000 silver taels. According to the rules of the auction house, he could withdraw 30% of the base price, which was 60,000 silver taels. That was barely enough for him. Then it's a deal. I will hand these 20 fasting pills over to Lin Lang Pavilion to auction. Bring me the contract. Nangong Yen smiled gently and said, There is no rush. I would like to discuss something with you. I would like to buy 10 of these 20 fasting pills. Of course, I will not take advantage of you. I will add another 20% to the final price of these fasting pills. To Xiao Qin, there was no loss. It did not matter who he sold it to. You have to give me the base price of these 10 fasting pills first. In addition, you have to give me 30% of the base price of the other 10 pills. You have to give me 130,000 silver taels first. Nan Gongyan nodded his head and said, "That is not a problem. According to the agreement, Linlang Pavilion's processing fee is 10%. I can only charge you 5%. If you have similar pills in the future, I hope that you will continue to patronize Linlang Pavilion." This was quite attractive to Xiao Qin. Without spending a large amount of money, an alchemist's rank would not increase. Cooperating with Linlang Pavilion was a good choice. After signing the contract and receiving the 130,000 silver taels, Xiao Qin immediately left Linlang Pavilion. Old Who took out 10 fasting pills and placed them in another jade bottle. He passed it to Nan Gongyan and said, "Pavilion Master, can I place these pills directly into the shelf?" Nan Gongyan shook his head and said, "Not for now. Find someone to test the effects first, in case you make a mistake." Old Who was shocked in his heart. It turned out that the Pavilion Master was not sure of the effects of these fasting pills. Xiao Qin came out from the back door of Linlang Pavilion and did not attract anyone's attention. He found a desolate place and immediately changed his clothes. He held the silver taels and laughed foolishly. This was the first large sum of money he had earned. He was very excited. After Xiao Qin went to the medicine store and bought 100 sets of each of the 2 ingredients, he still had a lot of money left. After thinking for a while, he bought some nectar, hairpins, and jewelry that girls liked. He was preparing to give these to Bao and Xiao Yulan. After Xiao Qin bought everything, he ended up carrying more than 10 bags of various sizes. It was very inconvenient. This made him even more eager to refine some spatial attributed magic treasures. However, the prerequisite for all this was that he had to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine incantation to the 2nd layer before he could have the basic ability to refine treasures. Now, he could only prepare to hire a horse carriage. He tossed over a large amount of silver taels, and the original owner immediately ran off. This is the feeling of being a rich young master. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. After he placed all the goods on the carriage, Xiao Qin felt much more relaxed. The horses in this world were much more docile than those on Earth. After a few tries, Xiao Qin gradually grasped the technique of driving. As he drove the carriage out of the city gates, there were fewer and fewer people on the road. In the end, there were not many people left. This was the first time Xiao Qin had earned such a large sum of money. He was in a very good mood. His voice was not very good as he started to hum some random songs from his previous world. Today's weather is really sunny. There are beautiful sceneries everywhere. Beautiful sceneries everywhere. Butterflies are busy. Bees are busy. The smell of the falling flowers from the horses' hooves. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm holding a Nokia in my left hand and a Motorola in my right. Most of the songs were sung randomly, and he did not remember the lyrics. Ever since he came to this world, Xiao Qin had never felt so relaxed before. Since there was no one on the road, no one would know about his broken voice. Thus he sang excitedly. Ha ha! Suddenly, there was a bell-like laughter coming from the roof of the carriage above him. It was like a wind chime colliding in the wind, tinkling nonstop. Who is it? Xiao Qin quickly stopped singing and shouted sternly. I was too careless. How long has this person been following me? How did I not notice him? Xiao Qin drew out the lunar shadow saber that he had been carrying on his back and let down the reins. He pushed off the ground lightly, flipped over, and hacked at the source of the voice. Feng Feishue, who was on the roof of the carriage, laughed softly and easily dodged Xiao Qin's saber. She somersaulted twice in the air and gracefully landed on the ground. I did not expect young Master Xiao to be so talented. Aside from refining medicine, it turns out that you can sing pretty well as well. Xiao Qin, who was on the roof of the carriage, looked at Feng Feishue, who was dressed in men's clothing. He felt very embarrassed. In his previous life, when he was singing loudly with earphones in an internet cafe and was heard by others, this was how he felt. Putting away the lunar shadow saber, Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I did not expect Miss Feng, such a beautiful lady, to follow me and do such sneaky things. Feng Feishue, you disappoint me." After he said that, he shook his head in all seriousness. Feng Feishue smiled gently. "I did not follow you sneakily. After you left the city, I sat in your carriage. Not only did you not thank the person who sold you the medicine cauldron, you even wanted to use your saber to hurt him. Young Master Xiao, I am very disappointed in you." After she said that, she copied Xiao Chen's actions and shook her head. This time, when he met Feng Feishue, Xiao Chen did not feel as uncomfortable as he did when he was in Regretful Iron. Furthermore, he did not feel any ill intent from Feng Feishue, so he felt more at ease. Seeing Feng Feishue shake her head, Xiao Chen could not help but laugh. He jumped down from the carriage and took out a hairpin from his bosom and tossed it to Feng Feishue. Then he started to drive the carriage again. "Miss Feng, no matter why you are following me, I am going back now. Take this hairpin as a thank you gift for selling me the medicine cauldron." Feng Feishue received the hairpin and looked at the distant carriage. She shook her head and smiled. "This idiot, when has he ever seen me use a hairpin?" Indeed, Feng Feishue, who often dressed as a man, had no use for a hairpin that was normally used by girls. Perhaps Xiao Qin did it on purpose, or perhaps it was unintentional. However, he was already far away, and it was too late to ask. Feng Feishue shook her head and slowly walked back. By the time she returned to the Xiao residence, the sun was already high above her head. Xiao Chen's journey back and forth took him the entire morning. After driving the carriage to his courtyard, Xiao Chen saw Bao cleaning up the mess he had made yesterday. Jumping down from the carriage and seeing Bao-er's weak body, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pity in his heart. He waved his hand at Bao-er and said, "Don't do that for now. Come and help me move some things." Bao-er quickly put down what she was doing and ran over. Although she said she wanted to help, Xiao Chen had already moved some of the larger items in himself. Bao-er looked at the large pile of clothing and headgear in the carriage with a strange expression. She suspiciously picked up these items and headed to Xiao Chen's room. Seeing the items in Bao-er's hands, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "These are for you. You can choose anything you like. Just leave some for me. I still have to give some to my friends." Bao-er felt a warmth in her heart. She did not expect these things to be bought for her. However, she was just a maid. Why would the young master buy things for her? Could it be? Thinking of that embarrassing matter, Bao-er's face turned red again. She lowered her head and casually picked a few clothes and headgear before running off. Xiao Chen felt a little suspicious. Could it be that the things he bought were too miscellaneous and the girl did not like them? After all, this was the first time he bought things for a girl. In the following days, Xiao Chen anxiously refined the essence, nurturing pill, and qi returning pill. Every day he would refine until his essence was completely exhausted and his mind could no longer take it. On the first day, his failure rate was ridiculously high. Out of 10 attempts, he only succeeded 3 times. Only after he became more familiar with the process did his success rate increase. However, no matter how hard he tried, his success rate was not as high as when he refined the fasting pill. Xiao Qin knew that this was related to the realm of the alchemist. When one's realm was not high enough, when one encountered a pill with a higher difficulty, it was normal for the failure rate to be high. He could not rush it. He could only rely on his own accumulation to raise his realm. After a week, Xiao Qin had used up all the herbs he bought. He had refined 50 essence nurturing pills and 70 qi returning pills, which had a higher success rate. After a week of constant refining, his control over the purple thunder true fire had become even more adept. His cultivation of the purple thunder divine incantation had also reached the peak of the first layer. What made Xiao Qin the happiest was that the green that in his sea of consciousness would occasionally enter the medicine cauldron and observe the state of the flame and the medicinal liquid within the cauldron. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was not able to grasp this state. Sometimes it would disappear. Sometimes it would disappear. Otherwise, his success rate would be much higher. At this moment, there were less than 4 months left to the promise of 10 years. The urgency in Xiao Qin's heart increased with each passing day. It was time to enter Seven-Horn Mountain and cultivate bitterly. Early in the morning, Xiao Qin packed up the 10 fasting pills that he refined the night before. He also brought along the Essence Nurturing Pill, Qi Returning Pill, and the Lunar Shadow Saber. After a simple outfit, he prepared to set off. "Young master, the water for washing your face is here. Can I come in?" Bao Er's voice came from outside the door once again. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his face. For the past 7 days, Xiao Qin had not taken a single step out of his room. His usual meals and drinks were all prepared by Bao. She had created a very good environment for him to refine medicine. He was very grateful in his heart. Opening the door, Xiao Qin received the basin. After washing his face, he turned to Bao who was tidying the bed behind him, and said, "From tomorrow onwards, I will be cultivating bitterly. Remember to help me take care of the courtyard." Cultivating bitterly meant that he would be leaving for a long time. Bao felt a little disappointed in her heart. She acknowledged Xiao Qin and continued to tidy the bed meticulously. Xiao Qin stepped out of the room. Before he left, he looked at Bao Er's back and smiled warmly. After that, he walked out resolutely. The morning sunlight shone on the youth's face. It was very warm, filling his entire body with fighting spirit. The next time he returns, not only will he cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine incantation to the 2nd layer, he will also raise his cultivation to medial grade martial disciple. Xiao Qin made a solemn vow in his heart. Chapter 30. The checkpoint at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain was still bustling with activity. Xiao Qin followed the crowd and slowly climbed up the mountain. However, he did not pay the entrance fee like the other cultivators. When the guard at the checkpoint saw Xiao Qin's appearance, he did not say anything. That was then, and this was now. Xiao Qin was no longer the trash from back then. Naturally, no one would say anything. After passing the checkpoint and walking for a while, the vast Seven-Horn Mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. These cultivators who entered the Seven-Horn Mountain range were either there to pick spirit herbs or to hunt spirit beasts. Everyone had different missions, so the huge crowd quickly dispersed. As Xiao Qin continued forward, there was no longer anyone following him. Following the route in his memory, Xiao Qin quickly found the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Compared to the previous time, Xiao Qin's senses were much stronger. Before he even got close, he could already feel that this treasured land had been occupied by a spirit beast. Xiao Qin was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to meet Cousin Yulan here. That way, he would be able to avoid a fight. Bang! Bang! A 2-meter-tall spirit beast that looked like a black bear slowly appeared in front of Xiao Qin with heavy footsteps. Its red eyes stared at Xiao Qin as it charged at Xiao Qin and roared angrily. The Blood Moon demonic bear was a rank 2 spirit beast that was famous for its strength. It was equivalent to a superior grade martial disciple. This was the new overlord of this place. It was obvious that it realized that Xiao Qin was not someone to be trifled with. It only wanted to scare Xiao Qin a little. If it could chase away Xiao Qin, it would not want to engage in a pointless battle. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was determined to obtain this place. It could not do as it wished. Qi. Xiao Qin drew the Lunar Shadow Saber, and the energy contained in the spirit weapon quickly connected with the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. Xiao Qin's figure was like lightning as he soared up from the ground and rushed at the Blood Moon demonic bear. The Purple Thunder Divine incantation circulated quickly, and electricity leaped around the Lunar Shadow Saber. The fog that lingered in the air was like a conductor of electricity, giving off a zizi sound. Everywhere Xiao Qin passed, lightning flashed incessantly. It was as though he was possessed by lightning. His aura was incomparably mighty. Since the Blood Moon demonic bear was able to occupy this place, it was naturally not afraid of battle. With a roar, its blood-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty gaze. He stomped on the ground with all four limbs and leaped up. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward Xiao Qin, who was charging at him at high speed. His enormous body actually emitted a speed that was extremely uncoordinated with his body. Bam! Screech! The man and the spirit beast collided in midair. The violent collision created a powerful shockwave that created ripples in the air. When the shockwave hit the surrounding trees, they trembled. Leaves fell one after another, like snowflakes dancing in the air. The Blood Moon demonic bear's front limbs grabbed the lunar shadow saber that Xiao Qin swung out. Relying on the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit, Xiao Qin was able to fight evenly with the Blood Moon demonic bear, which had the strength of a peak superior grade martial disciple. Xiao Qin felt that it was a pity. If this lunar shadow saber was of a higher grade, the strength of the blue dragon martial spirit would be much more than this. The strength of this strike would be able to send this big fellow flying without any suspense. However, compared to the Blood Moon demonic bear that could only use brute force, Xiao Qin still had the purple thunder divine incantation to use. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the electric energy contained in the lunar shadow saber flowed through the front limbs of the Blood Moon demonic bear and entered its body. The demonic bear twitched for a while and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Qin, who was in the air, swung his saber thrice. Originally, he had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. However, with the help of the energy of the blue dragon martial spirit, his body rose up again. He did a somersault in the air and gently landed on a thick tree branch. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and looked coldly at the Blood Moon demonic bear rolling on the ground. With a thought, one of the three white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit in his body immediately became much thinner. A huge amount of essence poured into Xiao Qin's left hand, and he flicked his finger. A purple flame shot out like an arrow towards the Blood Moon demonic bear. This purple flame that exhausted a large amount of Xiao Qin's essence buzzed in the air and struck the Blood Moon demonic bear's body. Pooh! A deep red glow flashed on the Blood Moon demonic bear's body. After a while, the Purple Moon demonic bear's entire body started burning, turning into a bear burning with purple flames. Within the flames, the Blood Moon demonic bear let out a painful roar. When Xiao Qin, who was on the tree branch, saw the Blood Moon demonic bear's appearance, he shook his head slightly. He was not satisfied. Although this purple thunder true fire was tyrannical, if it met a high-ranked cultivator or spirit beast and they were on guard, it would be very difficult for it to break through the barrier of essence and injure the physical body. Once the energy contained in the purple flame was exhausted, it would naturally extinguish. After that, it would no longer be a threat. Just like now, although the Blood Moon demonic bear looked horrifying, it did not suffer from any serious injuries. What was burning on the surface of its body was only the essence on the surface of its body. It did not injure its physical body. Otherwise, it would have turned into a pile of ashes long ago. However, the Blood Moon demonic bear was not in a good state either. Not only did it have to expend a large amount of essence to resist the strange purple flame, the temperature on the surface of its body was also unbearable. The purple flame burned for a full minute before it was extinguished. At this moment, all the fur on the Blood Moon demonic bear's body was charred black. There was black smoke coming out of its nose and mouth, making it look like a piece of charred charcoal. It no longer had the aura it had before. Xiao Qin, who had been waiting for a long time, leaped down from the tree and chopped down with his saber. The Blood Moon demonic bear roared angrily and sent a palm strike over. A huge force came from the saber, but Xiao Qin retreated slightly, dissipating the force. The Blood Moon demonic bear seemed to have gone berserk. it sent palm strike after palm strike. The force was actually more than 50% stronger than before. Xiao Qin understood that the blood moon demonic bear would not be able to maintain such a state for long. Once it passed, it would be at his mercy. Xiao Chun brandished his saber and continuously retreated, not clashing head-on with it. After a while, the blood moon demonic bear revealed a trace of fatigue. A strange smile appeared on its face. Xiao Chun flicked his left hand in the air, as though he was going to shoot out the purple thunder true fire again. The blood moon demonic bear revealed an aghast expression. It fell to the ground on all fours and retreated a few steps. A deep red barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire body of the blood moon demonic bear, not leaving any gaps. It seems like this beast was frightened by the purple thunder true fire. Xiao Qin shook his empty left hand and laughed in surprise. This deep red essence barrier should be the defensive technique that the blood moon demonic bear used earlier. Seeing the mocking gaze in Xiao Chen's eyes, the blood moon demonic bear was thoroughly enraged. Its red eyes emitted a murderous gaze, and its front paws continuously smashed the ground, causing it to make a pung-pung sound. Paper tiger! Xiao Chen despised it in his heart. I have no time to play with you. Open for me. Divine Thunder Break. With a light shout, Xiao Qin sent out a resplendent electric light. The superior grade yellow, ranked divine, Thunder Break tore through the air at lightning speed. It was like a sharp arrow nailed into a wooden board. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared in the red barrier of the blood moon demonic bear. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot! The white cloud beside the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body turned transparent. One of the 3 white clouds was used up. Xiao Chen had used up a third of his essence. The strange and tyrannical purple flame instantly drilled into the hole, and a black hole appeared on the body of the blood moon demonic bear. This was the result of the purple flame burning its body. The black hole quickly spread to its entire body. The blood moon demonic bear let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. It ran and rolled around, but no matter what it did, it could not extinguish this strange flame. After a while, all that was left on the ground was a complete skeleton and a pile of black ashes. If one was here to hunt spirit beasts and saw such a scene, they would definitely curse out loud. The blood moon demonic bear could be said to be the most valuable spirit beast in the periphery of Seven Horn Mountain. The bear paws, bear gall, bear skin, and bear heart were all extremely valuable. If one was lucky enough to obtain a spirit pill, then they would have struck it rich. It could be said that Xiao Chen was the only one who managed to burn it cleanly. Looking at the skeleton on the ground, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity in his heart. He was not here to hunt spirit beasts. If he needed money, he could just refine medicinal pills. There was no need to waste time collecting materials from spirit beasts. After finding some sturdy branches, Xiao Chen tied the skeleton of the blood moon demonic bear together and hung it on a tree. This way, he could prevent spirit beasts and cultivators from finding trouble with him. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chen took out a fasting pill and swallowed it. He circulated his energy and absorbed all the medicinal energy before taking out an essence, nurturing pill and swallowing it. Sitting cross-legged, the purple thunder divine incantation circulated silently. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the medicinal energy of the essence, nurturing pill. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was twice as dense as the previous time. This would greatly increase the speed of Xiao Chen's cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation was only a cultivation technique. It was different from the realms of a cultivator. There was no bottleneck for a cultivation technique to break through. After accumulating to a certain realm, it would naturally enter the second layer. Furthermore, the first layer of the purple thunder divine incantation was just the foundation. Even if Xiao Chen did not have the help of the essence, nurturing pill, the purple thunder divine incantation would enter the second layer in another 3 to 4 months. However, the Shao clan's promise of 10 years was approaching. There was not much time before Shao Qin. If he wanted to defeat Zhang He with such slow progress, it was simply a pipe dream. There was an entire realm of difference between a medial-grade martial master and an inferior-grade martial disciple. There was a natural difference between a martial master and a martial master. After becoming a martial master, one would be able to freely release their essence. The essence stored in their body, be it in terms of purity or quantity, was much stronger than that of a martial master. The most important thing was that a martial master's control over their martial spirit had entered another realm. That was when the martial spirit could leave the body. They could freely control the martial spirit to enter and exit the body, just like Xiao Yulan. She had used the martial spirit to leave the body and successfully killed a martial grandmaster who was one realm higher than her. Although there were some tricks involved, if a martial master were to face a martial grandmaster, no matter what tricks he used, he would not be able to kill a martial grandmaster. There were still 4 months left. No matter what kind of genius one was, they would not be able to break through from the martial disciple realm to the martial master realm within 4 months. Thus, if Shao Qin wanted to defeat Zhang he could only place his attention on the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. Once the Purple Thunder Divine incantation successfully reached the second layer, there would be a qualitative change. He would be able to condense the most important and basic energy of a cultivator, spiritual sense. Only with spiritual sense would he be able to execute the miraculous spells in the compendium of cultivation, refine talismans, forge magic treasures, and lay down formations. This was the reason why Shao Qin, as a martial disciple, was able to cross realms and challenge Zhang He, a martial master. Chapter 31. With the aid of the fasting pill, Shao Qin did not need to eat for half a month. All he had to do was focus on cultivating. This saved him a lot of time compared to regular cultivators. However, the feeling of loneliness was hard to describe. Cultivating bitterly alone was even more boring than hiding in a room to refine medicine. However, from the first day he arrived in this world, Shao Qin understood that in this Tianwu continent where the strong preyed on the weak, only the strong could obtain the dignity and honor that they deserved. There was no such thing as shortcuts on the path of the strong. Reaping without sowing only existed in novels. In this world, only by enduring true loneliness and putting in 1,000,000 times the effort could one become a true strong person. Just like that, Shao Qin tirelessly cultivated day after day. Occasionally, birds would fly by and the sound of insects would enter his ears, but it had nothing to do with him. His entire mind was immersed in this mysterious world of cultivation. After 7 days, Shao Qin's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A purple light shot out from his eyes. Shao Qin got up and stretched his arms and legs. He took a deep breath, and his entire body felt very comfortable. 7 days, a total of 7 days. With the aid of the essence nurturing pill, Shao Qin finally broke through to the second layer of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. Everything seemed to be going smoothly without any obstructions. With miraculous spirit pills and abundant spiritual energy in this place, breaking through to the second layer within a week was not strange at all. After the Purple Thunder Divine incantation reached the second layer, he would be able to condense his spiritual sense. Shao Qin was very excited. He quickly followed the method in the compendium of cultivation and sank his consciousness, sensing the spiritual sense in his mind. After a while, a world that he had never seen before appeared in front of him. In the boundless space, there was a green giving off a faint glow. This was Shao Qin's spiritual world. With a thought, the spiritual world instantly turned into a magnificent palace. Shao Qin was ecstatic. It was indeed like what was recorded in the compendium of cultivation. In the spiritual world, he was the master of it. Whatever he wanted, he could shape it. The so-called divine sense was actually the will that existed in the mind of a cultivator, and it was no different from the will of an ordinary person. It was just that a cultivator's mind, after being sublimated, could move at will, turning intangible into tangible. This palace in the spiritual space could be seen as the embodiment of Xiao Chen's mind. The next step was to release his spiritual sense. After thinking for a while, the spiritual sense in his mind immediately spread out. In an instant, the world within 500 meters appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every spirit beast of various sizes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. No, it was even more magical than seeing it with his own eyes. Xiao Chen could even feel the breathing of these spirit beasts, their pulses, and the beating of their hearts. Suddenly, the green that in his spiritual space seemed to be unwilling to be left out. It followed Xiao Chen's divine sense and unexpectedly released it. The spirit core unexpectedly fused with his divine sense. After his spiritual sense and spiritual sense fused, he started to quickly scan the surrounding flora and fauna. After a round of identification, something else appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The spirit herbs hidden in the weeds were discovered one by one. The medicinal properties and medicinal age of the herbs, these intuitive information actually appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Surprisingly, after his divine sense and spiritual sense fused, it actually had the ability to search for herbs. Not far from Xiao Chen, there were a few extremely well-hidden herbs hidden in the weeds. Withdrawing his divine sense, Xiao Chen walked towards the place he had just scouted. Indeed, behind the weeds, there were a few stalks of exuberant white-winged spirit grass. Behind the winged spirit grass, there was also a scarlet fruit. This winged spirit grass was about 10 years old, and its medicinal value was very high. The scarlet fruit behind it was even more precious. It was a red nascent fruit that had just ripened. The red nascent fruit was of the fire attribute. It was of great help to cultivators who cultivated fire-attributed cultivation techniques. In many high-ranked medicinal pills, the red nascent fruit was an essential ingredient. Xiao Chen did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise the first time he used his divine sense. Immediately after, he remembered that in the outermost region of Seven Horn Mountain, this was the place with the densest spiritual energy. It was not strange for a few low-ranked natural treasures to appear here. Xiao Chen felt relieved. Unfortunately, he came in a hurry and did not bring a box to store the herbs. If he rashly picked the herbs, he would not be able to preserve them properly. The value of the spirit herbs would be greatly reduced. He could only wait until he left the mountain to pick them again. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen started to recall some of the introductory spells in the Compendium of Cultivation. In this world, one could not build a foundation or form a core. It was better to focus on martial cultivation. Immortal techniques could only be used as support. He had to find some spells that were helpful in battle. There were many introductory spells in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, many of them were not very useful in this world. Xiao Chen pondered for a long time in his memory. Finally, he decided on a few spells that he wanted to practice. The gravity spell was a very introductory movement technique. It could use the gravity of the earth to allow a person to float in the air for a short period of time. It could not completely achieve the effect of flight, but it was a good choice when one's cultivation was low. Xiao Chen placed the gravity spell at the top of his list. Aside from the above reasons, the gravity spell could be leveled up. When it was practiced to the great perfection, it would allow one to move as fast as the wind, traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Furthermore, the consumption of essence was extremely small. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen started to practice. He circulated the essence in his body according to the methods in the Compendium of Cultivation. After a while, a rebound force came from the ground under his feet. It was as though he had entered a weightless state. His body suddenly floated up. Bang! This was the first time Xiao Chen had entered such a state. He was completely unprepared. The circulation of essence in his body stopped for a moment, and his body suddenly fell down. That really hurts. Xiao Chun smiled as he patted the dust off his body. Although his first experiment had failed, he had found a way to do it. He should be able to do it after a few more tries. After all, it was only an introductory movement technique. After Xiao Chun carefully tried a few more times, he finally found a technique. The principle behind the gravity spell was very simple. It was to allow one to enter a weightless state and then float up. As long as one got used to this weightless state, it would not be difficult. After familiarizing himself with it, Xiao Qin seemed to have found something fun to do. He flew from tree to tree and from tree to tree. Although this was not the true flight technique, the feeling of his feet floating in the air, the feeling of being able to control his body freely, was very refreshing. This short flight gave rise to an ambition in Xiao Chen's heart. If his cultivation realm increased in the future, how would it feel to be able to roam the world and fly like the wind? Following that, Xiao Qin started practicing the remaining 3 movement techniques: Heavenly Lightning Shield, Lightning Descend, and Lightning Evasion. In the short term, Xiao Chen did not intend to practice the other movement techniques. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. These 3 spell stones were very practical, lightning-attributed movement techniques. Heavenly Lightning Shield, as the name suggested, condensed a shield of lightning to defend against the enemy's attacks. Lightning Descend summoned lightning to attack the enemy. Lightning Evasion used the power of lightning to quickly leave the battlefield. Originally, if the lightning evasion was changed to the earth evasion, the effects would be much better. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. It was too difficult to execute earth-attributed movement techniques, so he could only give up on it. For the entire day, Xiao Chen practiced these movement techniques. The thick trees in the surroundings became the best targets. Lightning descended one after another, and the thick trees were immediately split in half. The continuous rumbling of thunder only stopped in the middle of the night. Because the essence in his body had been completely exhausted, Xiao Chen swallowed an essence-nurturing pill and sat down cross-legged once again, entering into a state of cultivation. After the Purple Thunder Divine incantation reached the second layer, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased once again. The 3 white clouds around the blue dragon started to fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Qin had always thought that the essence in his body came from the blue dragon, martial spirit. However, after he slowly familiarized himself with it, he realized that was not the case. The core of the essence in his body came from the 3 white clouds around the blue dragon, martial spirit. These white clouds were not real white clouds, but a cloud-like substance formed from essence. They floated beside the blue dragon, and there seemed to be a faint connection between them. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he could not understand what this connection was. The only thing he was clear about was that when the 4th white cloud appeared, he would enter the realm of medial grade martial disciple. At that time, the essence in his body would increase once again. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched his body. He extended his spiritual sense and did not discover anyone within a radius of 500 meters. Spiritual sense was indeed useful. Not only could it differentiate spirit herbs, it could also detect the surroundings and detect hidden enemies. Its perception was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Gravity spell. Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. After a while, Xiao Chen floated up. He was much more familiar with this compared to yesterday. Xiao Chen, who was in midair, looked at the ground below him and shouted once again, Heavenly Lightning Shield. A triangular lightning shield appeared, protecting Xiao Chen in midair. The lightning shield gave off a faint purple glow. This was a barrier formed from pure lightning-attributed energy. Xiao Chen estimated that it could deal with the full-powered strike of a martial Grand Master. Lightning Descend. Xiao Chen, who was in midair, pointed his finger gently, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl descended from the sky. A thick tree on the ground was split in half with a boom. Such might was comparable to a profound, ranked martial technique. Furthermore, as it descended from the sky, the speed of the lightning made it hard for one to dodge. Lightning evasion. After the last spell was executed, Xiao Chen's figure immediately disappeared from his original spot. Suddenly, there was the sound of thunder 100 meters in front of him. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Within the electric light, Xiao Chen's figure appeared in midair without any injuries. After executing the 4 spells once, Xiao Chen slowly descended. He did not continue practicing, as he had more important things to do today. Refining weapons. Refining a spatial ring that Xiao Chen had been eyeing for a long time. Chapter 32. See. A strand of purple flame appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Then it suddenly blossomed. The thin flame became a clump of raging flames. He raised his right hand, and the flame soared into the air. This was the power of the spiritual sense. After obtaining the spiritual sense, Xiao Chen was even more familiar with the control of the purple thunder, true fire. The flames that were controlled by the spiritual sense were like an extra arm to Xiao Chen. It was something that could not be compared to using perception. Xiao Chen took out a broken sword from his bosom and withdrew his gaze from the flame. This was the broken sword that he obtained from the Thunder King's cave. Xiao Chen had studied it for a long time. Aside from its sharpness, he could not see any other special characteristics. However, it could not be denied that the material of this broken sword was very good. The requirements for the materials needed to refine a universe ring were very high. This broken sword happened to meet those stringent requirements. Perhaps it was once a divine grade spirit weapon, but now it was just a broken sword. There was not much use for it. Using it as a material to refine a universe ring was like making use of trash. So, Senior Thunder King, please don't blame me, Xiao Chen said in his heart. Tossing the broken sword into the middle of the purple flames, Xiao Chen controlled the purple flames to burn fiercely. At this moment, he needed to raise the temperature of the purple flames to an extreme. Only then could he melt the broken sword. Without a doubt, this exhausted a lot of spiritual energy. The temperature of the purple flames continued to rise, and its color became darker and darker. However, there were no changes to the broken sword. It quietly floated above the purple flames. Soon, one of the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit faded. Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued to raise the temperature of the purple thunder true fire. Even if it was a divine weapon, Xiao Chen was determined to melt it into molten iron today. Just as the 3 white clouds were about to be completely consumed, a change finally occurred to the green broken sword. It began to slowly melt, and a green viscous liquid flowed on its surface. In the end, it turned into a drop of green molten iron and dripped into the purple flames. The expression on Xiao Chen's face eased up a little. He swallowed a qi-returning pill and quickly recovered the essence in his body. Slowly, the surface of the broken sword became more and more viscous. Drops of green-colored molten metal dripped into the purple flames. This mysterious broken sword was finally melted by him. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual sense and melted the molten metal of the broken sword into a ball. Then he continued to refine it. Strands of azure smoke came from the purple flames. He extracted all the remaining impurities from the broken sword, making it even purer. After that, he controlled his spiritual sense and melted the molten iron in the purple flames into a ball. Then he continued to refine it. Strands of cyan smoke came out from the purple flames. Xiao Chen extracted all the impurities in the broken sword, making it even purer. The next step was to open up a space. What Xiao Chen wanted to forge was not a large spatial ring, so it was not difficult to open up a space. All he needed to do was lay down a spatial formation in the ring. At this moment, his spiritual sense was like an incarnation of Xiaoqin. He stood in the ring and continuously carved, arranging the talisman scripts for the spatial ring. All sorts of talisman scripts slowly appeared on the inner walls of the ring. As Xiaoqin carved, he recalled the talisman scripts for the spatial formation in the Compendium of Cultivation. All sorts of talisman scripts started to appear on the inner walls of the ring. As Xiaoqin carved, he recalled the talisman scripts for the spatial formation in the Compendium of Cultivation. If he made a mistake, he would have to start all over again. Thus, even though Xiaoqin was slow, he did not want to make any mistakes. After he finished carving the talisman scripts, Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and finalized the design of the ring. The purple flames burned slowly. After a while, Xiaoqin extinguished the purple thunder true fire. He stretched out his hand and caught the falling universe ring. He cut his right index finger and dripped a drop of blood onto it. When the blood entered the ring, this universe ring became his personal magic treasure. Ha ha! The instant the blood completely entered the ring, Xiaoqin entered a dazed state. There seemed to be a melodious laughter in his mind. When he regained consciousness, he could no longer hear anything. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Xiaoqin muttered as he looked at the cyan ring in his hand. Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as I succeed, it's fine. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, it was not difficult to refine 100 cubic meter universe ring. This was only the first step on the path of refining treasures. In the past, when the cultivation world still existed on Earth, the first magic treasure that every Foundation establishment cultivator refined was this universe ring. Placing the universe ring on the index finger of his right hand, Xiaoqin sent out a strand of his spiritual sense into it. A pitch-black space appeared in front of him. This was the space within the universe ring. Although it was only 100 cubic meters, Xiaoqin was still very satisfied. In the future, he would no longer have to be envious of the First Elder and Feng Feishue's spatial rings. Arriving at the place where the red nascent fruit was, Xiaoqin first picked a few stalks of wind spirit grass and placed them into the universe ring. Looking at the red nascent fruit that had just ripened, Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face. I can't wait for you to grow up. I, this young master, will pick you today. There was a sealed space within the universe ring. Even after 10,000 years, the things placed in it would still look the same when they were taken out. Thus, Xiaoqin could rest assured as he placed these stalks of herbs into the universe ring. Just as Xiaoqin stood up, the sound of soft footsteps entered his ears. Ever since he condensed his spiritual sense, his 6 senses had become abnormally sharp. In the past, he would not have been able to achieve such an effect. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and immediately released his spiritual sense. Everything within 500 meters of him immediately appeared clearly in Xiaoqin's mind. A group of cultivators were currently standing near the skeleton of the Blood Moon demonic bear, discussing something in low voices. They are actually the people of the Tang clan. What are they doing here? After he saw their attire, Xiaoqin thought suspiciously. There was a total of 10 Tang clan disciples. Every one of them was at least a superior grade martial disciple. One of the old men was even a martial grandmaster. Out of the 3 great clans of Mo City, the Tang clan was the most low-profile and silent. Many years ago, this clan was just a small clan. When the local clans were focused on attacking the Xiao clan, the Tang clan did not bother with them. In the few large-scale battles between clans, the Tang clan did not participate in any of them. Many of the great clans in the past slowly exhausted their strength in the battles, and their strength slowly weakened. As for the Tang clan, it quietly and slowly developed into one of the 3 great clans of Mo City. In the promise of 10 years, 7 Horn Mountain contest, the Tang clan chose to forfeit every time. In the open and covert struggle between the Zhang clan and the Xiao clan, the Tang clan's attitude was always very subtle. The Tang clan was an abnormally low-profile clan in Mo City. When the old man saw the skeleton of the blood moon demonic bear hanging on the tree, his expression changed slightly. He said to the youth leading the group, "First, young master, we should leave quickly. The mission is more important. There is something wrong with this place." Xiao Qin recognized the youth leading the group. He was the eldest son of the Tang clan's clan head, Tang Yuan. He was usually very low profile and rarely did anything out of line. Tang Yuan looked at the blood moon demonic bear's skeleton on the tree, but he did not pay much attention to it. It was just a rank 2 magical beast. He could kill it himself. He smiled and said, "Second uncle, the last time I passed by this place, I discovered an unripe, red, nascent fruit. After such a long time, I believe it should be ripe by now." When the old man heard the words, red, nascent fruit, his face immediately revealed an excited expression. The cultivation technique he cultivated was of the fire attribute. This red, nascent fruit would be of great help to him. If he was lucky, he might even be able to advance by a small realm after consuming it. However, when he looked at the skeleton of the blood moon demonic bear, he had some doubts in his heart. He was someone who played with fire, so naturally he could tell. This blood moon demonic bear was burned to death by someone using an extremely tyrannical flame. Aside from the hard bones, the rest of its body was burnt to ashes. Such a tyrannical flame. With his strength, he was barely able to do it. Tang Yuan seemed to have seen through the old man's worries. He smiled and said, "Second uncle, we have so many people here. Aside from you, who is a martial grandmaster, there are also 7 superior grade martial masters. As long as they are not martial saints, they will not be a threat. Furthermore, the location of the red nascent fruit is extremely remote. It should not be discovered by others." The old man was actually thinking the same thing. Now that he heard someone's advice, he no longer hesitated. "Then let's hurry up. Don't let anything go wrong. Our next mission is the most important." Tang Yuan's face bloomed with a smile as he calculated in his heart. "Now that the second elder has obtained some benefits for me, the third elder is already on my side. 2 of the 3 elders are already on my side. Let's see how you are going to compete with me." Under Tang Yuan's lead, the group of people walked majestically towards the location of the red nascent fruit. Tang Yuan had a smile on his face as he pushed aside a pile of lush weeds. When he saw the barren ground, the smile on his face froze. What's going on? Tang Yin thought suspiciously in his heart. It had to be known that he had discovered the red nascent fruit by coincidence. If it was not for the fact that it was not ripe yet, he would have picked it long ago. How could the others think that there would be a red nascent fruit growing behind a pile of weeds? The old man behind Tang Yuan had a gloomy expression as he looked at the soil on the ground. He said in a cold voice, "This was just picked. The smell of the soil is still fresh." Tang Yuan hammered the ground hatefully and said apologetically, "Second uncle, I'm sorry. We made a wasted trip. If I had known earlier, I would have picked it earlier." The old man shook his head and smiled faintly. That might not be the case. Boom! Right after he spoke, the old man looked straight ahead like lightning. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A firebird flew out from his body. In an instant, it turned into a huge firebird. It let out a melodious cry and flew towards a large tree in front, carrying a surging heat wave. Before the firebird got close, the large tree was set ablaze by the heat wave carried by the firebird. Xiao Qin, who was hiding behind the tree, revealed himself and immediately jumped to another tree. Before Xiao Qin could stabilize himself, the flaming bird let out another melodious cry. Its speed and size doubled again. It tore through the air, creating a heat wave as it flew toward Xiao Qin with a long, flaming tail. Xiao Qin quickly jumped down from the tree. An intense explosion came from behind him, and a violent shockwave assaulted him. Under the huge impact, Xiao Qin fell miserably to the ground. When Xiao Qin looked at the large tree again, it had already been blasted into pieces. Under the high temperature, The broken pieces immediately burned to ashes, and a large cloud of white smoke came out. When the white smoke entered his nose, Xiao Qin, who had just gotten up, coughed violently a few times. The firebird in the smoke cried out again, and its speed doubled again. Its speed reached a horrifying level. When the smoke scattered, the size of the firebird was already comparable to a small car. Damn it, it's still coming. Seeing the huge firebird chasing after him, Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. Does it think that I am a soft persimmon that can be bullied as they please? Heavenly Lightning Shield. Chapter 33. Boom! The huge flaming bird smashed into Xiao Chen's heavenly lightning shield violently, giving off an explosive sound. Then it turned into sparks that filled the sky. The sparks that filled the sky were like fireflies flying back to the old man's body. A 5-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. The shattered rocks had turned into powder, and the surroundings were covered in dust. Xiao Qin, who was in the deep pit, was very pale, but he was fine. With the dust flying everywhere, no one could see the situation in the deep pit. When Tang Yuan saw the situation, he smiled. Second uncle, that person was struck by your triple-layer explosion, Flaming Bird. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. The old man revealed a pleased expression. The triple-layer explosion Flaming Bird was the profound, ranked martial technique that he was proud of. It used his control over his martial spirit to send it out of his body to attack the enemy. Every time the Flaming Bird cried out, it would quickly absorb the surrounding fire-attributed energy, doubling its might and speed. After 3 cries, the energy carried by the Flaming Bird would be enough to burn a regular martial master to ashes, even if they used all their strength. In that instant, the old man had already ascertained that the person hiding behind the tree was just an inferior-grade martial disciple. He did not believe that this person had any chance of surviving. Come, let's go and take a look. Hopefully, the medicine box has not been burned. The old man said with some regret. He had made his move too hastily and used a big move from the start. Now that he thought about it, he had made a big fuss over a minor issue. If the medicine box had been burned, it would not have been worth it. Just at this moment, dust flew everywhere, and a blurry figure appeared in the deep pit filled with white smoke. Although the appearance of this person could not be seen clearly, the aura of this person was very vigorous. This showed that this person was not severely injured. How is this possible? The group of Tang clan cultivators exclaimed in shock and doubt. The expression on the old man's face was very interesting. His face was filled with disbelief. He is clearly only an inferior grade martial disciple. How can he block my profound, ranked martial technique? This doesn't make sense. Xiao Chen did not reveal himself in the dust. With his spiritual sense, everyone's expressions and position appeared clearly in his mind. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. Did you feel good beating me up? It's time for me to make my move. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. He pointed his right hand towards the sky while his left hand kept forming hand seals. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. Under the clear sky, large patches of dark clouds suddenly gathered, and the forest instantly became incomparably dusky, like the weather before a thunderstorm, appearing incomparably strange. Lightning fall! Lightning fall! Lightning fall! Explode! 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 Xiao Chun made up his mind and expended all the essence in his body, instantly summoning more than 10 bolts of lightning. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Under the cover of a large patch of dark clouds, more than 10 bolts of lightning tore through the dark sky, illuminating the forest like a solar eclipse. Facing the darkening sky, everyone from the Tang clan was incomparably shocked. Why did the weather suddenly change? This was simply too strange. Not good. This is a high-ranked martial technique. Everyone be careful. the old man shouted loudly. His heart was incomparably anxious. Hearing the old man's words, before everyone could react, more than 10 bolts of lightning had already descended. There was a series of booming sounds, accompanied by many miserable wails. After the dark clouds scattered, everyone from the Tang clan, aside from the martial grandmaster, were still in perfect condition. The others were all lying on the ground, black smoke coming out of their mouths and noses. 3 superior-grade martial cultivators died on the spot, their bodies giving off the smell of being roasted. Tang Yuan stood up from the ground in a sorry state. He looked at the 3 roasted superior-grade martial cultivators with lingering fear. If the old man had not secretly helped him earlier, he would have been roasted like these people. What martial technique is this? Tang Yuan's face was filled with fear as he asked in a trembling voice. The old man was expressionless as he looked at the blurry figure in the dust in front of him. He muttered, "Lightning attribute, Earth ranked martial technique, Earth ranked martial technique." Earth ranked martial techniques were extremely rare, even in the rich and powerful clans of the Great Qin nation. They were treated as family heirlooms. What exactly was this person's identity? Not only was he good at using fire, he even knew a lightning-attributed Earth-ranked martial technique. Could he be a dual-attributed cultivator? The doubts in the old man's heart deepened. He did not have time to think and immediately flew forward. He killed so many people of my Tang clan, we cannot let him escape. If he is really the descendant of a rich and powerful sect, then all the more we should kill him. Otherwise, if we let the tiger return to the mountains, with the power of those big clans, the small Tang clan would not be able to defend against them in the future. This person executed an Earth-ranked martial technique as an inferior-grade martial disciple. The drain on his energy and the backlash would definitely be huge. There was no way he would give him the chance to recover. After swallowing a qi-returning pill, Xiao Qin looked at the situation of the Tang clan. He was very satisfied with the damage that the lightning descend spell with his full power had done. Earlier, the old man's attack had already killed him. If he had not learned the heavenly lightning shield, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Thus, there was no need to hold back against this group of people. If he wanted to play, he would play it big. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense felt the old man rushing over quickly. However, he was not overly anxious. The qi-returning pill in his body had already started to take effect, and his essence was quickly recovering. Seeing the old man getting closer, Xiao Qin shouted in his heart, "Lightning evasion!" The old man rushed to the deep pit and looked at the nearby Xiao Qin. He smiled sinisterly. "No matter which clan you are from, you will die here today." However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's body suddenly disappeared. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of him. The old man raised his head and looked at where the lightning came from. After the lightning flashed, Xiao Chen's figure immediately appeared. What martial technique is this? The old man was astonished. He raised the essence in his body to the limit. His figure was like a cunning rabbit as he dashed through the forest. I must kill him. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future, the old man thought anxiously. His speed increased explosively again. When he felt the old man behind him, Xiao Qin took a few steps forward and executed the lightning evasion again. After the lightning flashed, he appeared 100 meters away once again. Seeing Xiao Qin disappear into the distance, once again, the old man roared angrily. A surging flame appeared on his body, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. When the wings spread out, they were at least 2 meters wide. With a gentle pat, his body quickly glided through the air. The trees in his way were all burned in half by the wings. Everywhere he passed, there was a large area of burning tree roots. Martial spirit body possession was a technique that could only be grasped after becoming a martial grandmaster. In the Tianwu continent, there were some people whose martial spirits were extremely rare flying-type spirit beasts. After these people's martial spirit body possession, they would be able to grow a pair of wings. However, compared to true flight, there were many limitations. The martial spirit body possession of a martial grandmaster was not a true fusion with the martial spirit. It could only allow one to glide for a short distance. Furthermore, it exhausted a lot of essence, and it could not be maintained for long. If one wanted to truly merge with the martial spirit, they could only do so after becoming a martial king. At that time, they would be able to fly as high as they wanted. Furthermore, they would be able to maintain it for a longer period of time, and it would exhaust less essence. Seeing the old man closing in on him after the martial spirit body possession, Xiao Qin helplessly swallowed another essence pill. The recovery rate of his essence increased significantly. As for the side effects of consuming too many pills, he could not consider it for now. Triple layer explosion of flames. The old man roared angrily. When he saw that Xiao Chen was already in front of him, he was afraid that Xiao Chen would use that strange technique to escape again. He did not care about the little essence he had left in his body and executed this medial grade, profound, ranked martial technique. Because this martial technique was executed using the martial spirit, after the old man executed the triple layer explosion of flames, the flaming wings on his back immediately separated from his back. He turned into a huge bird in the air, and with a cry, he flew toward Xiao Qin. With the aid of the 2 qi returning pills, the recovery rate of Xiao Chen's essence reached a horrifying level. 2 of the 3 white clouds beside the blue dragon martial spirit in his body had already floated up again. Seeing the flaming bird flying towards him, Xiao Qin kept thinking. After a while he understood. If he were to execute the lightning evasion now, he would not make it in time. He would definitely be interrupted at the last moment. It was also impossible to dodge. Every time this flaming bird cried out, its speed and might would increase explosively. Currently, he was not in his peak state. Using the heavenly lightning shield to block it head-on was not a wise move. He could only take advantage of the fact that it only cried out once, and its might was weaker to completely defeat it. Once he thought of this, Xiao Qin did not hesitate. He immediately took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Rushing thunder chop! Xiao Qin, who had his back facing the old man, suddenly turned around and shouted. His body moved like lightning as he brandished his saber and rushed towards the flaming bird. With the aid of the blue dragon martial spirit, his normal attack was already comparable to a peak martial disciple. Now that he was using a martial technique, the power contained within it naturally increased explosively by a few times. A resplendent radiance lit up on the lunar shadow saber. A 2-meter long green saber light appeared. Seeing the flaming bird in front of him, Xiao Qin could feel the surging heat wave on his face. He squinted his eyes and looked at the malevolent head of the flaming bird. Xiao Qin moved his feet and calmly drew his saber. He accurately chopped at the flaming bird's neck. The 2 horrifying forces clashed with each other and gave off a violent explosion. A heat wave spread out in all directions, and all the trees within a 10-meter radius were instantly chopped in half. A huge force rebounded from the saber. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards and crashed into a large tree. With a hong sound, the large tree was immediately broken. Xiao Qin landed on the ground with a bang and vomited another mouthful of blood. I miscalculated. I have never used the rushing thunder chop before. I had too high of an expectation of it. I actually wanted to use it to resist a profound, ranked martial technique of a martial grandmaster. Xiao Qin, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly in his heart. No matter how powerful the blue dragon martial spirit is, a yellow ranked martial technique is still a yellow ranked martial technique. I have finally dealt with this brat. It was not in vain that I spent so much effort. The Tang clan old man heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could recover his essence, the old man immediately walked toward Xiao Qin. When the old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, He revealed an expression as though he had seen a ghost. After a while, he laughed involuntarily. Tang He chased you for a long time. I thought you were a genius of a large clan, causing us to be in such a sorry state. I did not expect it to be you. Trash. Chapter 34. Seeing Xiao Chun struggling to stand up, Tang, he had a confident look on his face. He smiled and said, "If you did not kill the 3 people from my Tang clan, I could have let you off for the sake of the Xiao clan if you handed over the red nascent fruit." Xiao Chun revealed a cold smile on his pale face. "Stop being so hypocritical. If you did not kill me first, would I have made a move against your people?" Xiao Chun tightened his grip on the lunar shadow saber. He coughed gently and continued, "Do you really think that I do not have any ability to resist now?" Tang, he was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. "Although I have already exhausted most of my essence, I only need 1 finger to deal with a heavily injured inferior grade martial disciple like you." Contempt. This was a martial grandmaster looking down on an inferior grade martial disciple. There was a world of difference in strength, so he looked down on Xiao Qin. Blue Dragon goes to sea, the first move of the heaven-ranked martial technique, Dragon Subduing Slash. It was a martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit. After it was used, it would be like a dragon leaping into the sea, swallowing up mountains and rivers. According to legend, the hidden dragon was the king of the 4 seas. The soaring dragon was the overlord of the skies. As long as there was water, it could display boundless might. The blue dragon goes to sea was a dragon that had just come out of the sea. It obtained the might of water, causing mountains and rivers to flow in reverse. Xiao Chen silently recalled the introduction of the blue dragon goes to sea in the Dragon Subduing Slash. He looked at the incomparably noisy Tang, and smiled. 1 finger! Don't be so frightened that you start crying later. Tang, he looked at the struggling Xiao Chen. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. At such a close distance, he was not afraid of Xiao Chen using his strange martial technique to escape. He also did not care about Xiao Chen's tone. He smiled and said, I only need 1 finger, I only need 1 finger. Chi! A strand of flame gathered on Tang, his finger. He circulated his essence and shouted. The flame burst out of his finger with a so sound, creating a long shockwave in the air as it headed for Xiao Chen's head. This flame looked inconspicuous, but in fact it contained an enormous amount of fire attribute energy. Many of Tang He's opponents had died to this flame finger because they were careless. He did not believe that an injured inferior grade martial disciple could withstand the damage of this flaming finger at such a close distance. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not be able to endure the damage of this flame finger. However, he did not intend to endure Tang He's attack from the start. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and casually changed his stance. He raised his arm and pointed the tip of his sword at Tang. It was just a very casual starting gesture. It didn't seem like there was any movement, and it was no different from before. Xiao Chun was still seriously injured and weak. Tang, his right eyelid twitched for no reason. His heart felt empty, and a sense of danger suddenly lingered in his heart. How is this possible? This brat is seriously injured. How can he still hurt me? Tang, he shook his head fiercely, suppressing the fear in his heart. He saw that the cold flame finger was already less than a meter away from Xiao Chen. In the next second, it would pierce through Xiao Chen's head. In just a second, this brat would be dead. Thinking of this, the fear in Tang He's heart completely disappeared. He revealed a faint smile on his face. It's time to end this. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly shouted. A boundless aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas was emitted from his body. The surrounding quiet forest was like a roaring wave. There was an unending sound of waves. A formless energy exploded out from Xiao Chen's body. The trees within 100 meters behind him were all uprooted. A strong wind blew, and they were all turned into tree splinters. The tree splinters filled the sky, appearing behind Xiao Chun in layers. They were like the waves of the sea, rippling and swaying gently. Xiao Chun only felt that his body was filled with a power that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth, wanting to burst out. At this moment, even if a deity or Buddha were to block him, he was confident he could kill them. Break! There was a ferocious roar. Xiao Chun gently pushed his saber forward. This seemingly small movement was actually filled with a huge amount of energy. This gentle push seemed to tear through time and space. The entire space fluctuated slightly. There was an explosion in the sea of tree splinters behind him. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chun's dantian. The huge energy flowed through Xiao Chun's arm and through the lunar shadow saber. It formed a dragon-shaped saber chi and broke out of his body. The instant the saber chi left his body, the lunar shadow saber could no longer withstand this berserk energy and shattered. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened within a breath of time. The flame finger that Tang he sent out was like a small earthworm in front of Xiao Chun's dragon-shaped saber chi. It crumbled upon contact. The huge dragon-shaped saber chi carried a boundless might as it whistled towards Tang He. One day, I want the rivers and mountains to flow in reverse. Tang He stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. It was like he saw a vast and boundless sea with an inferior grade martial disciple riding on a huge blue dragon, breaking through the waves. Under the might of this ancient holy beast, the firebird martial spirit in Tang, his body could not help but tremble. His entire body trembled as well. The essence in his body was in a mess, not listening to his commands. The dragon-shaped saber chi arrived in an instant. Tang, he did not even let out a cry of pain before his body turned into dust and disappeared from this universe. Only a red jade pendant fell down. The saber chi did not stop and continued to rush forward, creating a huge ravine in the ground. The ravine continued to extend, and no one knew how far it had traveled. This was the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This was the might of the blue dragon martial spirit. It carried the might of the mountains and rivers, destroying the heavens and earth. Even if it was executed by an inferior grade martial disciple, it would still have such a horrifying might. Seeing Tang He's body turn into dust, Xiao Chun's tense mind relaxed. The moment he relaxed, the side effects of executing a heaven-ranked martial technique and overdosing on medicinal pills came one after another. The essence in his body was in a mess. His skin became incomparably pale, and his blood vessels could be seen clearly. After a while, cracks appeared on his skin and blood seeped out continuously. This kind of pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. In the mental space of his mind, his spiritual sense was in chaos. The pain came from both his body and his mind, tormenting Xiao Chun continuously. Doing his best to maintain a clear mind, Xiao Chun dragged his battered body towards the ravine step by step. The red jade pendant that fell from Tang He's body was very suspicious. Unexpectedly, it was not damaged by the attack of a heaven-ranked martial technique. There was definitely something strange about it. Xiao Chun dragged his body with great difficulty and held the scarlet jade pendant in his hand. Before he could take a look at it, Xiao Chun fainted from the pain. Xiao Chun did not know how destructive a heaven-ranked martial technique was and how high the requirements to execute it were. In the Tianwu continent, there were many examples of people overestimating themselves and executing high-ranked martial techniques, resulting in their bodies exploding and dying. If it were not for the special characteristics of the blue dragon martial spirit, Xiao Chun would not have simply fainted. In the periphery of Seven Horn Mountain, where the spiritual energy was the densest, Tang Yuan and the others were still anxiously waiting for the second elder to return. They saw that the sky was getting darker and darker. Originally, they were not worried that something would happen to Tang He. However, when they heard the sound of an explosion coming from afar, they became even more worried. After a long time, the second elder still had not returned. One of them finally lost his patience and asked Tang Yuan, "First, young master, are we still going to wait for the second elder?" "The first elder and the others are still waiting for us to bring the spirit blood jade over." Tang Yuan's clothes and filth had already been washed, but his expression was extremely haggard and pained. When he heard this person's question, he could not help but scold. "I also want to, but the spirit blood jade is in second uncle's hands. What is the point of us going?" When the group of people heard this, their originally anxious mood became even more perturbed. This spirit blood jade was a mission that the first elder had given them over and over again. For this mission, not only did they send 3 superior grade martial disciples and 7 martial masters, there was even a martial grandmaster leading them. With such strength, they could practically do as they pleased in Mo City. They originally thought that this mission would be extremely easy, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. If the first elder found out about this group of people would not have a good ending. Among the group of people, Tang Yuan was the one who felt the most conflicted. Others might not know the use of this spirit blood jade, but he was very clear on it. The pros and cons involved, and when he thought about the consequences of failure, Tang Yuan trembled in fear. If they had not come to find this red nascent fruit, they would not have offended that strange person, and the situation would not have escalated to such an irreversible state. Tang Yuan felt incomparable regret in his heart. He blamed himself for trying to curry favor with the second elder and overreaching himself. "First, young master, don't be anxious. The situation has not reached an irreversible state. The second elder might have just been delayed for a while, or he might have been severely injured. We should go and receive him," the person who spoke earlier calmly analyzed. "If the second elder is severely injured, wouldn't we be seeking death by going?" Tang Yuan was about to scold him, but after thinking about it carefully, he gradually calmed down. The words of this person were not without reason. The second elder had already reached the peak of medial grade martial grandmaster long ago. Even if he lost to that mysterious person would not feel good. The most important thing was that even if the second elder was killed by that person, the mysterious person might not take away the spirit blood jade. The spirit blood jade would be useless to him. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan's expression relaxed. He said to the crowd, "We have to obtain that spirit blood jade. So no matter what, we have to go to the place where the explosion came from to take a look." Everyone's expressions were filled with fear. Even though they were far away, they could feel the horrifying energy contained in that intense explosion. However, when they thought of the consequences of failing the mission, they decided to follow behind Tang Yuan and head towards the place where the explosion came from. After walking for a short distance, they saw an incomparably exaggerated gorge on the ground. It was 3 meters wide and 7 meters deep. This gorge was at least 1,000 meters long. Everyone's expressions became extremely unsightly. However, under Tang Yuan's lead, they still rushed forward anxiously. Finally, they saw Xiao Chen lying in the gorge. When Tang Yuan saw the red jade pendant in Xiao Chen's hand, he rejoiced in his heart. Just as he was about to go forward, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It gently lifted Xiao Chen's body and leaped forward quickly. Tang Yuan stopped his subordinates from giving chase. He looked coldly at the disappearing green figure and said coldly, "There is no need to give chase." Chapter 35. In a daze, Xiao Chen finally woke up after an unknown amount of time. He struggled to open his eyes and discovered that he was lying on a wooden bed. After looking at his surroundings, Xiao Chen discovered that he was in a wooden hut. The sunlight shone in from the outside, making the hut feel very warm. There was a table not far from the wooden bed. There was a bouquet of Chinese roses on the table. Beside it was a table of home-cooked dishes. They were all vegetarian dishes, but the fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing him to be filled with anticipation for the taste of these dishes. What is this place? Why am I here? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. He remembered that when he used the blue dragon, he was severely injured. After he obtained the red jade pendant, he fainted. How did he end up here? Did someone save him? Or was he captured by someone? Whatever, I should get up first. Xiao Chen lifted the blanket and discovered that his entire body was wrapped in white bandages. A faint medicinal smell wafted out from the bandages. Xiao Chen felt an itchy sensation on his skin. It seemed like his external injuries were more or less healed. Getting up, Xiao Chen entered a state of cultivation with much difficulty. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen. The meridians in his body that should have been severely damaged were actually more or less healed. This should be the effect of consuming a good quality medicinal pill. It seemed like the person who wrapped the bandages on him had wasted a medicinal pill. Xiao Chen came out of his state of cultivation and peeled off the layers of bandages. His face slowly turned red. There were actually several layers of bandages on his private parts. If the person who wrapped the bandages was a man, Xiao Chen would even have the thought of dying. After removing all the bandages, the pale skin underneath was revealed. Xiao Chen slowly relaxed. The medicine on the bandages should be very good. It did not leave any scars, so he did not have to worry about being disfigured. There was a set of brand new men's clothes at the head of the bed. Xiao Chen felt gratified. This person had even prepared clothes for him. After putting on the clothes, Xiao Chen couldn't wait to pounce on the food on the table. Although the fasting pill could make people not need to eat, but after not eating for a long time, Xiao Chen's appetite became bland. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Xiao Chen immediately couldn't stand it. Judging from the current situation, he had definitely been saved. If he had been captured, the enemy would never have given him such a good pill and even kindly given him a set of clothes to change into. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, Xiao Chen quickly devoured the dishes on the table. These small dishes were not considered delicacies, but Xiao Chen felt that they were more delicious than delicacies. Cousin, you're awake. The door of the wooden house was gently pushed open, and a surprised voice could be heard. Xiao Chen, whose mouth was filled with food, was eating in an unsightly manner. When he saw Xiao Yulan suddenly appear outside the door, he was startled and accidentally choked on the food, coughing nonstop. Cousin Yulan, why are you in the right? Xiao Chen, who only managed to catch his breath after a long time, asked in a muffled voice. Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, Xiao Yulan giggled. Her pretty face bloomed like a flower as she laughed softly. Cousin, eat slowly first. If it is not enough, I will make more for you. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen finally understood. So it was Cousin Yulan who saved him. He casually wiped his mouth and did not move his chopsticks again. After Xiao Yulan saw him eating so deliciously, how would Xiao Chen dare to continue eating? Suddenly, he thought of the bandages on his private parts. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yulan and pretended that nothing had happened as he asked, Cousin Yulan, you were the one who helped me with the bandages. Xiao Yulan nodded her head. She did not seem suspicious. She said, That day, I was just returning from the inner region of the mountain range. When I heard the explosion, I rushed over. Then, I saw you lying on the ground, heavily injured. Xiao Yulan suddenly thought of something, and her face turned red. She said, We are people who practice martial arts. There is no need to be bothered by the small details. It is enough to be open in mind and body. Cousin Yulan, you are really bold and unconstrained. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. That's right, cousin. I was unconscious for a few days. It's been 2 days. Yesterday, the third elder came to see you, seeing that your meridians were injured. He gave you a jade cloud pill. Otherwise, your internal injuries would not have healed so quickly, Xiao Yulan quickly said. At the same time, She told Xiao Chen about the details of the third elder's visit. The third elder, Xiao Tian, was in charge of all the matters of the Xiao clan's Seven-Horn Mountain. It was not strange for them to know about such a big thing that happened in the forest. What made Xiao Chen surprised was that Xiao Tian was actually willing to give him the jade cloud pill to treat his injuries. This jade cloud pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill with the best healing effects. In the entire Cheesy County, there was no alchemist who could refine it. In times of need, it could save a person's life. It was worth a lot of gold. I have to find an opportunity to return this favor. The next time I refine a similar medicinal pill, I will give him a bottle, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Yulan took out a red jade pendant from her bosom and asked suspiciously, "Cousin Xiao Chen, where did you get this spirit blood jade from?" Spirit blood jade, so that was the name of this red jade pendant. After making a decision in his heart, Xiao Chen told Xiao Yulan half the truth about what happened that day. Aside from hiding the heaven-ranked martial technique, the dragon's subduing slash, there were no other discrepancies. He only said that he had spent a lot of effort to perish together with Tang He, and that he had obtained this red jade pendant from him. When Xiao Yulan heard that this jade pendant was obtained from Tang He, her expression changed slightly. "Yesterday I thought this jade pendant belonged to cousin Xiao Chen, so I did not tell the third elder. Now that I see it, this matter is very important. I have to tell the third elder quickly. It is just a jade pendant. Why is it so important?" The doubts in Xiao Chen's heart deepened. He suddenly remembered that when he used his spiritual sense to eavesdrop, he seemed to have heard Tang He mention something about a plan. He asked, "What is the use of this spirit blood jade?" Xiao Yulan did not hide anything. She explained the origin and use of the spirit blood jade to Xiao Chen. Speaking of the spirit blood jade, one had to start with taming beasts. Having a strong spirit beast would give one a huge advantage in battle. Thus, the cultivators of the continent had never given up on taming spirit beasts. The earliest cultivators tamed spirit beasts in the same way they tamed normal animals. They captured young spirit beasts and nurtured them when they were very young. Through feeding and training, they established a master-slave relationship to achieve the goal of taming. However, spirit beasts were different from normal animals. They had extremely high spiritual intelligence. This kind of method was unable to successfully tame a rank 4 spirit beast. There was no way to guarantee the loyalty of a rank 4 spirit beast and above. In battle, it was common for spirit beasts to devour their masters. Furthermore, this kind of taming method required a very long period of time. At the very least, it would take a few years. At the very most, it would take dozens of years. Furthermore, a spirit beast could only serve one person. There was no way to transfer it. This kind of situation only changed completely when a genius appeared. He was Mao Yanin, the person who established the Crosby sect. When Mao Yanin was traveling the continent, he discovered a mysterious jade. After it was polished, it could be used to store spirit beasts into the jade, allowing the person holding the jade to establish a blood contract with the spirit beast. As he continued to research it, he discovered even more secrets within the jade. He came up with all sorts of secret techniques that allowed the jade to control tens of spirit beasts at the same time. Furthermore, these spirit beasts were not separated by ranks. Imagine a person who could control tens of high-ranked spirit beasts. How terrifying would his combat prowess be? Thus, when he established the Crosby sect, it immediately became the #1 power in the great Tang nation. The secret of the spirit blood jade was only known to the public at this time. However, in the Tianmu continent, only the great Tang nation produced the spirit blood jade. Furthermore, the spirit blood jade was mostly controlled by the Crosby sect. There were very few that spread to other places. The piece of spirit blood jade in Xiao Chen's hands could be said to be extremely rare in the great Qin nation. Its value was much higher than a moonstone. Cousin means that the Tang clan is preparing to use this blood-wedding soul jade to tame a rank 4 spirit beast and above. Xiao Qin asked after he understood the crux of the matter. However, this was not a big deal. Xiao Yulan could tell that Xiao Qin had doubts in his heart. She said, "This matter is not as simple as you think. According to the agreement between the 3 clans, aside from the Xiao clan, the other powers and individuals in Seven Horn Mountain can hunt for spirit herbs and spirit beasts in small groups. However, the agreement also stated that spirit beasts of rank 4 and above, regardless of whether they are dead or alive, cannot be brought out of Seven Horn Mountain. This is the bottom line of our Xiao clan and also the biggest source of income for Seven Horn Mountain. Now that the Tang clan has broken the agreement, their intentions are very clear. Breaking the agreement meant that the Tang clan no longer cared about the Xiao clan in this Seven Horn Mountain and could do whatever they wanted. This was a very serious matter. If this was not handled well and news of this got out, the Xiao clan's authority in Seven Horn Mountain would be greatly challenged. However, why did the Tang clan dare to do this? Their strength was far inferior to the Xiao clan. Furthermore, they had always kept a low profile. Who was supporting them? Just at this moment, a dangerous aura came from afar. Xiao Qin quickly released his spiritual sense. He had always been very confident in his senses. When he released his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen was surprised to discover that the range of his spiritual sense had already reached 800 meters. However, before he could rejoice, Xiao Qin frowned. In his spiritual sense, he saw a group of black-clothed people holding heavy crossbows. They were rushing over rapidly. This group of people were all superior-grade martial masters. The person leading them was a martial grandmaster. Looking at their speed, they would arrive in less than a minute. Furthermore, looking at the style of the heavy crossbows in their hands, they were not ordinary goods. It was very likely that they were the work of the heavenly craft manor. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun hurriedly said, "There is a group of martial masters rushing towards us from the east. They will arrive in less than a minute. Then let's go quickly." Xiao Yulan's expression changed. She did not ask how Xiao Chen knew about this. She pulled Xiao Chen's hand and immediately jumped out of the window. Just as the two of them jumped out, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Countless arrows were fired at the wooden hut. The strength of the arrows was very strong. Soon, countless holes appeared in the wooden hut. The black-clothed people did not stop shooting. After a while, the wooden hut collapsed. Xiao Yulan turned her head and looked at the wooden hut that she had lived in for many years. Her eyes turned incomparably cold. Chapter 36. Hu Qi. Seeing the wooden hut destroyed, Xiao Yulan did not lose her rationality despite her anger. She sent out a distress signal from her sleeves. After the red firework bloomed in the air once, it rose higher, then bloomed a second time, and finally disappeared after the third time. Xiao Yulan quickly said to Xiao Chen, "This is the highest level distress signal. The third elder and the others should be here soon." Xiao Chen looked at the black-clothed men who had discovered the firework and were rushing over. He felt helpless in his heart. By the time the third elder and the others arrived, there would only be 2 corpses left. If only Xiao Chen was here after he used the lightning evasion, he would be able to leave easily. Unfortunately, he could not bring another person with him to use the lightning evasion. With his current cultivation, he could not do so. The 2 of them continued to run through the forest, occasionally dodging the arrows that came from behind them. As a result, their speed was much slower. If they did not find a solution soon, they would be caught up to very quickly. Xiao Chun nimbly somersaulted in the air, dodging another arrow. He said anxiously, "Cousin Yulan, if this goes on, they will catch up to us sooner or later." Xiao Yulan turned her head to look at the situation behind her. The black-clothed men continued to jump from tree to tree, not stopping at all. These people should be professionally trained crossbowmen. Even when they were shooting, they did not stop moving. Xiao Yulan spread out her hands, and her body danced in the air. Countless red petals fell from the sky, and the fragrance of poinsettia spread throughout the forest. Xiao Yulan stopped and drew her breaking water sword. She stood on the spot and danced gracefully like a nimble spirit. The arrows seemed to have met with a formless chi field and were all deflected. Streams of red sword light flew in all directions. Xiao Yulan continued to dance in the sky filled with petals. Countless red sword lights passed through the breaking water sword and shot out in all directions. The red sword lights looked very beautiful in the air. However, these beautiful sword lights all contained the poison of poinsettia. As long as one came into contact with it, they would immediately be poisoned. The densely packed red sword lights seemed to cover the entire space around Xiao Yulan. The entire space was filled with the pollen of poinsettia. This poisonous pollen was incomparably bewitching and beautiful. The more beautiful something was in the world, the more dangerous it was. The man in black looked at the red space in front of him and wisely stopped. Poinsettia, one of the world's 5 poisons, was not something that everyone had the guts to try. Xiao Chen, who was in front, stared blankly at Xiao Yulan dancing in the air. At this moment, she was like a fairy, performing the most enchanting dance in the world, causing people to be lost in it, unable to extricate themselves. "Let's go, cousin Xiao Chen." It was unknown when Xiao Yulan stopped dancing and suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chen. She grabbed his wrist and changed directions, running forward. This direction led to the core region of Seven Horn Mountain. The spirit beasts in the core region were much more ferocious than those in the periphery. Furthermore, they were of a higher rank. Regular cultivators, even martial grandmasters, would not dare to venture too deep. Xiao Yulan had cultivated in this place for close to 10 years. Relying on her familiarity with the terrain, she was very confident that she would be able to shake off her pursuers after entering the interior of Seven Horn Mountain. When Xiao Chen recovered his wits, he looked at Xiao Yulan, who was holding his wrist, and said, "Actually, cousin, my injuries have already healed. I can walk on my own now." Xiao Yulan did not answer his question. She pulled his hand and continued to run forward. She said indifferently, "You are about to lose your life, yet you still care about such things." In her opinion, Xiao Chen was only an inferior grade martial disciple. Now that he was being chased, naturally, she would be the one to carry him. That way, they would be able to move faster. However, Xiao Chen's strength was not as simple as it looked on the surface. With Xiao Yulan carrying him, their speed would decrease significantly. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reply, Xiao Yulan suddenly stopped. She looked coldly in front of her. In front of her, there was a man in black standing quietly under a big tree. "Hand over the spirit blood jade, or else die," the man in black said calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. The poison of poinsettia could block those martial masters. However, this man in black had already reached the peak of superior grade martial grandmaster. Naturally, he had a way to avoid the poison of poinsettia. Martial grandmasters kept appearing around him. This caused Xiao Chen to feel very depressed. With his strength, even if he met a martial master, he would still be able to put up a fight. However, if he met a peak martial grandmaster, he could only use the blue dragon goes to see to fight to the death. However, with the lesson from the last time, he did not dare to use this horrifying heaven-ranked martial technique again. Xiao Yulan did not reply. Flower petals filled the sky and appeared around her again. The broken moon sword in her hand pierced towards that person without hesitation. "You are seeking death." The man in black snorted coldly and made his move at lightning speed. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the sword. He stretched out 2 fingers and used them as a sword, piercing toward Xiao Yulan's head. Xiao Yulan retreated hastily. The man in black did not chase after her. He waved his hand, and a man-eating flower shot out from his hand. The man-eating flower's buds were wide open like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, biting towards the poinsettia behind him. It turned out that this person already knew that Xiao Yulan had planted a poinsettia behind him. The earlier attack was just a feint. The real killing move was behind. The man-eating flower could absorb all the pollen into its body and then consume it, producing an even greater poison. No wonder he was not afraid of the poison of poinsettia. He was even able to detect the poinsettia sneaking up behind him at the first moment. The situation that happened in an instant caused Xiao Yulan to be unable to withdraw her martial spirit in time. A chi-chi sound could be heard as the man-eating flower bit heavily on the poinsettia, chewing on it continuously. The situation was dire. While Xiao Yulan was fighting, she was surrounded by the petals of the poinsettia. The poison of poinsettia did not differentiate between friend and foe. Xiao Qin could not get close to help. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Xiao Qin shouted, "Lightning, descend!" The lightning tore through the air and struck towards the man in black. The man in black did not dare to be careless and immediately retreated backwards. Just as he stabilized himself, the lightning in the sky descended towards him again. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had already locked onto him. He could instantly determine where he would land. As long as he retreated, the lightning descent would immediately strike down again. However, with Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he could only execute this technique 3 times in a row. After 3 times, he would have to rest for a while before he could execute it again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yulan quickly recalled the poinsettia. The complete poinsettia had already been devoured by the man-eating flower, leaving behind only a broken petal. After dodging another bolt of lightning, a cold glint appeared in the eyes of the man in black. He stared at Xiao Chen and waved his hand. The malevolent man-eating flower opened its bloody mouth and flew towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. When Xiao Chen saw the horrifying man-eating flower, he was astonished. The flower even had sharp fangs that only carnivores had. These fangs flickered with a cold light. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. His greatest reliance should have been the blue dragon martial spirit. However, his spirit weapon was already destroyed. Naturally, he would not be able to bring out the might of the blue dragon martial spirit. Thus, he could only rely on the purple thunder true fire. However, the purple thunder true fire had been facing a very serious problem for a long time. It was extremely sticky, but it lacked penetrative power. A regular cultivator's essence barrier would be able to easily block the penetration of the purple thunder true fire. How could he increase the penetrative power of the purple thunder true fire? However, in the current situation, there was no time to think too much. The man-eating flowers were approaching very quickly. If the man-eating flowers were to get close to him without a spirit weapon, it would not be long before he was devoured. Pu Qi. A purple flame gathered at the tip of Xiao Chen's finger. Focusing his spiritual sense on it, Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. Using the techniques of alchemy, his spiritual sense quickly circulated the purple thunder true fire. With every circulation, Xiao Chen's essence would be significantly depleted. However, the energy contained in the purple thunder true fire had increased significantly. With a so sound, the flame quickly flew towards the man-eating flower, reaching its peak in an instant. Bang! When the flame came into contact with the man-eating flower, there was an intense explosion. The huge man-eating flower turned into countless specks of light and returned to the body of the man in black. There was actually an explosion. This was different from what Xiao Qin had imagined. He originally thought that the strengthened purple thunder true fire would be able to penetrate through the man-eating flower and destroy it before heading straight for the man in black. It looked like he had to think about it more in the future. However, the danger in front of him was temporarily resolved. Xiao Qin took out the spirit blood jade from the universe ring. The spirit blood jade is in my hands. If you want it, you have to catch me first. Xiao Qin shouted at the man in black. At this moment, Xiao Yulan was already injured and could not fight for now. He could only lure the man in black away. As long as he could lure the man in black away, it would be easy for him to escape with his lightning evasion. This way, Cousin Yulan would have a chance to escape. Seeing Xiao Chen's figure dashing away, the man in black took a deep breath and condensed the martial spirit in his body. He pushed off the ground, and his body left the ground, chasing after Xiao Chen. His only goal was to obtain the Spirit Blood Jade. Nothing else was important. Since the Spirit Blood Jade was in Xiao Chen's hands, there was no need for him to care about Xiao Yulan. Xiao Yulan's complexion was incomparably pale. As she watched Xiao Chen leave, a complicated expression appeared on her face. The breaking moon, sword in her hand, trembled nonstop. It was like she was fighting a battle in her mind. Should she give chase or not? Naturally, she knew that Xiao Chen lured the man away to give her a chance to escape. With the cultivation of the man in black, even if the two of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would be better for one of them to lure him away and leave the other behind. If she gave chase now, she would have wasted cousin Xiao Chen's efforts. However, she did not believe that Xiao Chen, who had just recovered from his severe injuries, could escape from the pursuit of the black-clothed man. How could she feel at ease? At the same time, in one of the Xiao clan's encampments in Seven Horn Mountain, the Xiao clan's third elder looked up at the sky. There were 3 red fireworks that suddenly bloomed. His eyebrows twitched violently. Pass down the order. All the Xiao clan disciples above Martial Master are to gather. Also, find someone to go down the mountain to inform the first elder. Tell him that the first miss is in danger. Get him to invite Elder Lu out. Be quick. The people under him had never seen such a grim expression on the third elder's face before. They knew the severity of the situation and immediately took action. In an instant, the undercurrents in Seven Horn Mountain surged and the weather changed. Chapter 37. Seeing the black-clothed man chasing after him, Xiao Chen felt very depressed. Within a week, he had been chased by a martial grand master twice. This was too tragic. However, this time, he did not exhaust much essence. If he wanted to shake off his pursuers, it would be easy. All he had to do was to continuously use the lightning evasion. However, he could not do this now. If he disappeared in an instant, he was afraid that the black-clothed man would turn back to find trouble with Xiao Yulan. That would not be worth it. Thus, he could only run and stop, continuously leading the black-clothed man into the inner regions of Seven Horn Mountain. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the lightning evasion again, the sounds of fighting came from behind him. A bad feeling arose in his heart. He released his spiritual sense and immediately saw cousin Yulan fighting with the black-clothed man. After so much effort and planning, he did not expect cousin Yulan to still follow him. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This time, there is no way to avoid it. Since it is like this, then I will just have to fight. A resolute look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He quickly turned around and rushed over. Is a martial grand master really undefeatable? I hope nothing happens to cousin Yulan. Thinking of this, when Xiao Chen rushed over, he discovered a trace of blood at the corner of Xiao Yulan's mouth. Her complexion was pale as she held her sword and stood in her original spot. The black-clothed man revealed an impatient expression. After he repelled Xiao Yulan once again, he wanted to turn around and leave. His heart was tied to the Spirit Blood Jade, and he was not in the mood to fight with Xiao Yulan. Xiao Yulan wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth. She held the broken moon sword and looked at the black-clothed man with a resolute gaze. She did her best to send out a red sword light at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man waved his hand, and the huge man-eating flower appeared once again. It opened its mouth and swallowed the red sword light. This person's martial spirit was Xiao Yulan's nemesis. You are seeking death. Don't blame me. The black-clothed man snorted coldly and quickly moved forward. He had already lost his patience with Xiao Yulan and wanted to kill her. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed by, and Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yulan. That black-clothed man was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen and retreated a few steps back. "Cousin Xiao Chen, why are you here?" A look of doubt appeared on Xiao Yulan's pale face. It was clear that Xiao Chen, who appeared with the lightning, was beyond her comprehension. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and did not answer Xiao Yulan's question. Instead, he took out a qi-returning pill and handed it to her. "I thought that cousin would not chase after me. Although this qi-returning pill cannot treat injuries, it can quickly recover your essence. It should be of some help." Xiao Yulan received the qi-returning pill from Xiao Chen. The confusion on her face became even more apparent. How could cousin Xiao Chen have such a strange martial technique? And where did this medicinal pill come from? Xiao Chen could roughly guess what Xiao Yulan was thinking. However, this was not the time to explain. He said, "After this, if I am still alive, I will explain to you. For now, let me borrow your breaking water sword." Without any hesitation, Xiao Yulan handed the sword to Xiao Chen. Although she knew that Xiao Chen was hiding something from her, she still trusted Xiao Chen a lot. He was willing to be the bait for her and give up the chance to escape. Even if he had a secret to hide from her, it was because he had no other choice. "Cousin Xiao Chen, you be careful," Xiao Yulan said worriedly when she saw Xiao Chen pointing his sword at the black-clothed man. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand and did not turn his head. He casually waved the breaking water sword a few times, and a pure line of energy came out from the spirit weapon. Very quickly, it established a strange connection with the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. The breaking water sword was worthy of being an inferior grade, profound, ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the energy coming from the blue dragon martial spirit was much stronger than the lunar shadow saber. Seeing Xiao Chen brandishing the spirit weapon, the black-clothed man felt that there was a different aura coming from Xiao Chen's body. This aura carried layers of might, causing him to feel a faint pressure. Is this person really just an inferior grade martial disciple? A trace of doubt flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. The light in his eyes became sharp once again as he said, coldly, "I will still say the same thing. Little friend, hand over the spirit blood jade, and I will leave this place immediately. You and the girl behind you have a bright future ahead of you. There is no need to die here." Xiao Chen, who was holding the breaking water sword, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled and said, "Don't have such thoughts. I will not give you this spirit blood jade. Let's not talk about whether or not you will keep your word. This spirit blood jade was something that I risked my life to obtain. Furthermore, I even lost a spirit weapon. How can I casually hand this spirit blood jade over to you?" The black-clothed man's face was covered with a cloth, so Xiao Chen could not see his expression. He said in a deep voice, "As long as you are willing to hand it over, I can immediately compensate you with a profound, ranked spirit weapon. It is not inferior to the one in your hand." Was this spirit blood jade really that useful? It was actually worth him using a profound, ranked spirit weapon to exchange for it? Could it be that what they wanted to seal was not a rank 5 spirit beast? There were some doubts in his heart, but Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled indifferently. "Let me think about it. In a situation where you have the absolute advantage, why are you still willing to give me such generous conditions to exchange with me? You are afraid of fighting with us and exhausting too much essence. If you are discovered by the Xiao clan's guards, it would be difficult for you to escape, right?" When the black-clothed man heard Xiao Chen's intentions, a gleam appeared in his eyes. He said sternly, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me." With a tsang sound, the black-clothed man took out a 2-meter-long sword from an unknown place. This sword could be the profound ranked spirit weapon that he was prepared to give to Xiao Qin as compensation. Xiao Qin had never seen such a long sword before. For a moment he was somewhat astonished. There was a flash of sword light, and the black-clothed man had already closed in. The sword, which should have been ethereal and agile, was used by the black-clothed man in an incomparably tyrannical manner. It was like a saber, chopping, chopping, and chopping. Together with the 2-meter-long sword, its might was unfathomable. Xiao Chen was not proficient with weapons, much less sword techniques. He could only rely on the strong strength of the blue dragon martial spirit and the electric glow on the sword to barely contend with the black-clothed man. Immediately he was surrounded by perils. Bang! The two of them clashed again. A huge rebound came from the sword, causing Xiao Chen's body to be knocked back a few meters. The essence in his body was fluctuating. The inner strength in the sword was wreaking havoc in his body. He had probably suffered significant internal injuries. The black-clothed man was not in a good state either. Every time the strong strength of the blue dragon martial spirit and the strange electric glow on the sword clashed, he would feel his palms go numb. If it were not for the difference in their cultivation realms, the sword in his hand would have been knocked away long ago. Doing his best to suppress the injuries in his body, Xiao Qin flicked his finger. A purple flame spun a few rounds on his fingertip before shooting at the black-clothed man with a sound. The black-clothed man brandished his sword light. When the sword met the flame, there was a loud explosion. After the explosion, the purple flame actually did not extinguish. It soared to the body of the sword and started burning from top to bottom. Soon it reached the sword hilt. A trace of astonishment flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. Then, before the purple flame could reach the sword hilt, he decisively stabbed the sword into the ground. Now is the time, divine thunderbreak. Xiao Qin quickly switched the breaking moon sword to his left hand. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body, and pure lightning-attributed energy surged out of his right hand. It formed a resplendent electric light in the air, shooting at the black-clothed man. Although this divine thunderbreak was only an inferior grade yellow ranked martial technique, its speed was much faster than a regular profound ranked martial technique. When the black-clothed man lowered his sword, he should not have had the opportunity to dodge. Pu Qi! The resplendent electric light struck the black-clothed man's body. In an instant, the black-clothed man's body lit up. The crackling electric light flickered unceasingly, as though he was a man made of electricity. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not know what martial technique this black-clothed man used, but he actually turned his essence into a veil, covering his entire body with it, blocking out the might of the divine thunderbreak. Kill! The black-clothed man shouted loudly. He raised the sword that was still burning, and his body shot out explosively. Before Xiao Qin could react, a fiery light had already appeared in front of him. Heavenly lightning shield. The sword that was enveloped by the purple thunder true fire struck the heavenly lightning shield violently. The huge force passed through the heavenly lightning shield and weakened significantly. Xiao Qin, who was within the shield, still vomited a mouthful of blood. It could be seen how powerful this sword was. This old man has never been forced into such a state by an inferior grade martial disciple in my entire life. Xiao Qin, you are the first. The black-clothed man seemed to have gone berserk. He raised the flaming sword and continuously struck the heavenly lightning shield. Bang! 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 Every time the large sword struck, the qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged even more violently. The color of his face slowly disappeared, becoming incomparably pale. Xiao Yulan, who had already recovered some of her qi, saw that Xiao Qin was in a dangerous situation. She ignored her own injuries and rushed forward, sending a palm strike at the black-clothed man. However, the black-clothed man's entire body was covered in a veil made of essence. It could even block the divine thunderbreak. Xiao Yulan's palm strike was useless against it. The black-clothed man turned around and sent Xiao Yulan flying with his sword. "Bastard!" Xiao Chun cried out in pain. He tossed the heavenly lightning shield aside and executed the lightning evasion to catch Xiao Yulan, who was sent flying. Cousin Xiao Qin, my earlier palm strike had already infused the poison of poinsettia into his body. As long as I leave a wound on his body, it would be enough to claim his life, Xiao Yulan said weakly as she collapsed in Xiao Chen's embrace. The black-clothed man laughed loudly. How naive. Did you think that by infusing the poison of poinsettia into my body, you would be able to kill me? Don't forget what my martial spirit is. There is no poison in this world that can kill me. Hearing these words, Xiao Yulan's pale face became even more desperate. Xiao Chan grasped his sword tightly, his heart trembling nonstop. If I were stronger, this situation would not have happened. To think that a girl would risk her life for me and suffer such injuries. Today, no matter who from your Xiao clan comes, the two of you will die. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is your fate, the black-clothed man said insolently. Is that so? A cold snort suddenly came from the forest. Xiao Chun released his spiritual sense, but he did not discover the figure of this person. The true body of this person was actually 800 meters away. Chapter 38. Who is playing tricks on me? Come out quickly. The sudden voice made the black-clothed man extremely nervous. He did his best to release his perception to search for the person. Even Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to detect him. Naturally, his perception would not be able to detect him. Is that all you have? That strange voice rang in the black-clothed man's ears again. However, he still could not detect anyone. Here it comes, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He could see a gray figure in his spiritual sense. He was flying over at a very fast speed. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was unable to see his appearance clearly. Xiao Chen carried Xiao Yulan and retreated a few steps. He did not know if this person was friend or foe. Xiao Chen did not dare to lower his guard. Pooh! Before the person arrived, a blue flying dagger was already flying over. The black-clothed man did his best to dodge, but a wound was still inflicted on his right arm. Fresh blood flowed out. The might of this flying dagger was really great. It could even easily break through the black-clothed man's essence cloak. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. The black-clothed man cried out in pain. He glared at the direction the flying dagger came from. A huge man-eating flower appeared out of nowhere and flew towards that person. Humph! You dare to release such a weak martial spirit. You are truly reckless. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man finally revealed himself and charged straight at the man-eating flower. He didn't seem to make any movements, but when the man-eating flower was 2 meters away from him, it suddenly exploded in the air and turned into dust. This was different from Xiao Chen's earlier explosion. This time, the man-eating flower really turned into dust and disappeared into the air. It did not turn into spots of light and return to the black-clothed man's body. The instant the man-eating flower disappeared, the black-clothed man immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he said, You actually destroyed my martial spirit. Your martial spirit has not even reached the immortal realm, yet you dare to show off in front of the enemy. You deserve to be destroyed, the mysterious man said coldly. The black-clothed man weakly stood where he was and asked, You are from the Xiao clan? The mysterious man said indifferently, I guess so. Impossible. How could the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert? The black-clothed man said in disbelief. Not only the black-clothed man, even Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan could not believe it. The two of them were direct descendants of the Xiao clan. yet they had never heard of the Shao clan having a martial saint expert. A martial saint expert could be said to have the strongest combat strength in Mo City. Even in the entire Great Qi nation, a martial saint expert would have a place for themselves in any city. If a martial saint was willing to stay in the Shao clan, there was only one possibility. This person must have broken through the bottleneck of a martial grandmaster when he was older. There was no way for him to increase his cultivation any further, so he could only find a small place to retire. But even so, the two of them were still incomparably shocked in their hearts. That was because he had concealed his strength too deeply. "Senior, are you really a member of my Shao clan?" Shao Qin asked cautiously. The mysterious man did not reply. He took out a medallion from his sleeves and flew it toward Shao Qin. Shao Qin quickly caught it and took a look. On the black medallion there were the words Shao Clan's Special Grade Consecrator on one side and Lu Fenglin on the other. The Shao Clan did indeed have a mysterious special grade consecrator. However, this person rarely showed himself. Outsiders had no way of knowing what he looked like, not to mention his cultivation realm. Seeing this medallion, this person's identity could be verified. Shao Qin cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for Senior's help." Lu Fenglin waved his hands and said with a calm expression, "I took someone's money to get rid of a calamity. There is no need to thank me. Also, you can hand over that spirit blood jade to me. The first elder and the third elder will be here soon. You can leave the mountain now." Lu Fenglin muttered to himself for a while before saying. Shao Qin frowned slightly. He felt a little angry in his heart. This person knew about the spirit blood jade. That meant that he had already arrived here long ago. However, he had not made a move yet. The moment he arrived, he wanted the spirit blood jade. Shao Qin was not in a good mood. Not to mention the fact that this person's identity had not been verified yet. Even if he was just a consecrator of the Shao clan. This kind of consecrator was not restricted by the Shao clan. They had a lot of freedom and could leave the Shao clan at any time. How could Shao Qin casually hand over the spirit blood jade to such a person? The most important thing was that this spirit blood jade was something that Shao Qin had painstakingly obtained after risking his life. To him, it was already his and had nothing to do with the Shao clan. He would not casually hand it over to anyone. "I'm sorry, I really can't find a reason to hand this spirit blood jade to you," Shao Qin said calmly as he looked at Lu Fenglin. Lu Fenglin's expression changed. It was obvious that he did not expect Shao Qin to reject his request. He stared at Shao Qin and the aura of a martial saint suddenly exploded forth. It pressed down on Shao Qin, wanting to crush Shao Qin with his aura. If it was a regular inferior grade martial disciple, they would definitely not be able to withstand the aura of a martial saint. The pressure that came from the depths of their hearts would cause them to unconsciously agree to this person's request. Unfortunately, Shao Qin was not a regular martial disciple. The blue dragon martial spirit in his body was a holy beast that had existed since the ancient era. Its might and aura was not inferior to that of a martial god. Although Shao Qin could not actively control this aura, the blue dragon martial spirit could automatically counterattack when it was suppressed. Furthermore, the stronger it was, the stronger it was. Thus, Shao Qin faced the overflowing aura of a martial saint without any fear. When the two auras clashed in the air, Shao Qin seemed to have the upper hand. "Hey!" The black-clothed man looked at Shao Qin in astonishment. He did not expect that a mere inferior grade martial disciple would actually be able to withstand his aura. He felt somewhat angry in his heart. Just as he wanted to increase his strength and make Shao Qin submit completely, there was the sound of noisy footsteps coming from the forest behind him. The black-clothed man sensed for a moment and stopped his aura. Shao Qin immediately felt relaxed. He looked behind the forest and discovered that it was the first elder and the third elder leading a large group of martial masters from the Shao clan. When Shao Chong saw the incomparably pale Shao Yulan, he immediately flew over and sent in strands of essence. After he checked the injuries in Xiao Yulan's body, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Elder Lu, many thanks to you this time," Xiao Chang said to Lu Fenglin with a respectful expression. Lu Fenglin nodded his head indifferently and did not reply. He looked at Xiao Chen with an indistinct gaze. The look in his eyes seemed to be playing with something, causing Xiao Chen to feel a sense of fear in his heart. "You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you are a martial saint, I will not let you have a good ending." Xiao Chen thought fiercely in his heart. With the arrival of the Xiao clan's troops, there was no need for Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan. The two of them could be considered to have been completely saved. However, when he saw the expressions of the first elder and the third elder, Xiao Chen understood that the true danger had only just begun. The group of black-clothed men had already been completely annihilated. However, they had all committed suicide by biting their tongues. After some investigation, it was confirmed that this group of people were the Tang clan's deathsworn. With such a strong force, they naturally did not enter Seven-Horn Mountain to play around. Everyone could feel the severity of the situation. The night sky was filled with stars, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Within one of the Xiao clan's encampments in Seven-Horn Mountain, Xiao Chen was in the barracks of the encampment, cultivating nonstop. Cultivation was about perseverance and diligence. Xiao Chen did not want to waste any time. Not long after the first elder arrived, he brought everyone back to the encampment. After making arrangements for the two of them, he went to discuss the matters related to this matter with the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Xiao Chen did not have much interest in these meetings. He also felt some fear towards Lu Fenglin. He felt that this person was not a kind person. After he returned to his room, he started to cultivate. The sound of light footsteps could be heard. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Using his spiritual sense, he immediately found out the identity of the person who had arrived. He smiled to himself and got up to open the door. "Cousin Yulan, you are here." Xiao Chen smiled gently. He had already expected that Xiao Yulan would come looking for him, so he was not surprised. At this moment, Xiao Yulan had already changed her clothes. After resting during the day, her complexion was much better. When she saw Xiao Chen suddenly open the door, she was startled for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, how about going out for a walk with me?" Within the huge encampment, Xiao clan guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. The guards here were all martial masters. They could be said to be the elites of the Xiao clan. The two of them walked to a desolate area. The cold moonlight shone on Xiao Yulan's bright face, giving her a faint look of sadness. Xiao Chen accompanied her silently, not saying a word. "We're going to seal off the mountains tomorrow. Cousin Xiao Chen, what are your plans?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Yulan revealed a shocking piece of news: sealing off the mountains. Ever since the Xiao clan took control of Seven-Horn Mountain, this had never happened before. Xiao Chen still did not understand. Wasn't it just sealing a rank 4 spirit beast and above? Was there really a need to make such a big fuss? Seeing Xiao Chen's doubtful expression, Xiao Yulan explained, "This matter has something to do with the promise of 10 years. As for what the connection is, I am not too sure. For every promise of 10 years, the Tang clan would always choose to give up. This time, entering the mountains before the promise of 10 years and causing such a commotion would inevitably raise suspicions." "Cousin, actually, I had the opportunity to leave during the day," Xiao Chen said slowly after thinking for a while. There were some things that needed to be explained. Xiao Yulan smiled gently. "I know. I guessed it after the incident. There is no need for you to explain it to me. Just like what you said to me before, everyone has their own secrets. I do not think it is a wise thing to pry into other people's secrets." Xiao Yulan paused for a while and looked at Xiao Chen with a resolute gaze. She continued, "All I know is that you are my cousin Xiao Chen, a cousin who is willing to give up his chance to escape from me. That is enough." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen felt incomparably grateful. If it was someone else who asked him about this, he could ignore it. However, if it was Cousin Yulan, it would be hard to explain. Actually, I have already guessed what kind of spirit beast the Tang clan wants to seal. After pausing for a while, Xiao Chen changed the topic, avoiding Xiao Yulan's resolute gaze. Chapter 39. For the Tang clan to pay such a high price, the spirit beast sealed was definitely not a rank 5 spirit beast. Actually, the highest ranked spirit beast in Seven-Horn Mountain was only rank 6, equivalent to a human martial king expert. Within Seven-Horn Mountain, there was only one type of rank 6 spirit beast, and that was the king of Seven-Horn Mountain, the six-tailed spirit fox. The spirit fox was a special kind of spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast could evolve through continuous cultivation. For example, the two-tailed spirit fox that Xiao Chen had encountered in the outer perimeter was formed after the spirit fox evolved. However, the conditions for the spirit fox to evolve were rather harsh. In the vast Seven-Horn Mountain, there were only 100 spirit beasts that had evolved to rank 5. As for the six-tailed spirit fox that had successfully evolved to rank 6, there was only one in the entire Seven-Horn Mountain. This six-tailed spirit fox was the Tang clan's target. However, what made Xiao Chen feel strange was that the six-tailed spirit fox was as strong as an inferior grade martial king. How could the Tang clan be confident in dealing with it? Could it be that they were like the Xiao clan, hiding a martial saint expert? If that was the case, it was not impossible. However, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. Xiao Yulan smiled gently. You are not the only one who thought of this. My father and the third elder also thought of it. If they successfully sealed the six-tailed spirit fox, it would be equivalent to having another martial king expert. Furthermore, the lifespan of a six-tailed spirit fox is extremely long. It is sufficient to ensure that the Tang clan's position in Mo City will not be threatened for 100 years. Furthermore, their mission this time was related to the promise of 10 years that would take place in 3 months. It was no wonder that the first elder and the others had decided to seal the mountain in order to seal the spirit beast under the Xiao clan's nose. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the loud roars of spirit beasts suddenly came from within Seven-Horn Mountain. The roars were like thunder, and even the ground trembled slightly. An unending stream of rumbling footsteps could be heard coming from the front. This encampment was built at the junction between the inner and outer regions of Seven-Horn Mountain. The Great Elder and the others had chosen this location as their base of operations for the sake of convenience. At this moment, the angry roars of the spirit beasts could be heard one after another. It was deafening. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses were about to trample over this place. What's going on? How can there be so many beast roars? Are the spirit beasts on a rampage? The order in the encampment suddenly became chaotic. The guards were shouting in panic and had completely lost their usual discipline. Xiao Chen immediately released his spiritual sense, which spread out in all directions like ripples. However, he did not find anything special within 800 meters. With a thought, Xiao Chen retrieved all of his soul consciousness and released it in a different way, shooting it out in a straight line like a laser beam. This was another method that Xiao Chen had inadvertently discovered. By shooting out his divine sense in a straight line, the probing distance would be doubled. The downside was that it was not comprehensive enough. If he wanted to explore a 360-degree scene, he would have to keep moving in a straight line, which would consume even more mental strength. In an instant, everything within 1,500 meters could be seen clearly. Xiao Chen was finally able to see the situation clearly. A large group of spirit beasts of all sorts were rushing down the mountain at high speed. There were rank 3 scarlet moon tigers, rank 4 demonic scorpions, sinister wind rats, and all sorts of spirit beasts. It was as if they had received some sort of order and were rushing down the mountain in a frenzy. In less than 5 minutes, they would arrive here. What's going on? Everyone be quiet. The first elder came out from the great hall. When he saw the chaotic scene, he immediately shouted. The first elder was the first elder after all. When everyone saw that he was the one making an appearance, the chaotic scene finally calmed down. Not long after, a Shao clan disciple quickly ran in from outside. First elder, this is bad. The spirit beasts in the encampment seem to have all gone crazy. They are all rushing down the mountain and will arrive here soon. Shao Chang's face was filled with shock. Spirit beasts going crazy? When had such a thing happened on Seven-Horn Mountain before? Elder Lu, what do you think? Lu Fenglin's old face did not change at all. He said indifferently, "It is possible that they made their move in advance. As for why this group of spirit beasts went crazy, I am not sure." Shao Chang muttered to himself for a while before saying to the third elder, "Shao Tian, bring all the disciples below Martial Master and descend the mountain immediately. Elder Lu and I will bring a few martial grandmasters to take a look and see what exactly is going on." "Great, Elder. Have you considered the matter that I mentioned to you earlier?" Lu Fenglin asked without any change in his expression. In this place, only he could remain so calm. With his cultivation as a martial saint, even if all the spirit beasts in Seven-Horn Mountain came, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Spirit blood jade? I still have to ask Shao Chen about this first. Shao Chang replied after muttering to himself for a while. He looked at Shao Yulan, who was walking over, and asked, "Have you seen Shao Chen?" "He left. He said he had something to do and went down the mountain first. He told us not to bother with him." "What? He left?" Lu Fenglin cried out involuntarily. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Shao Chen had left 3 minutes ago because his spiritual sense had discovered something interesting. He might know the reason for the spirit beast's rampage. In a forest within Seven-Horn Mountain, a group of people had anxious expressions as they spoke. Among them, a blue-clothed man was the most eye-catching. This person was the mysterious martial saint that Shao Chen had met in the Thunder King's cave. The other group of people were indeed the disciples of Mo City's Tang clan. Tang Yuan was also there. However, at this moment, his complexion was pale and he was trembling with fear. He was hugging a young spirit beast and did not even dare to breathe loudly. "Mr. Lung, what should we do now?" The Tang clan's first elder, Tang Feng, asked anxiously. That group of spirit beasts had been chasing them relentlessly. If they could not think of a solution, aside from the blue-clothed man, everyone else would die here. The blue-clothed man glanced at the young spirit beast in Tang Yuan's arms and said indifferently, "Elder Tang, I have already helped you with the matter regarding the spirit beast. Although there was an accident during the process, the responsibility is no longer on this old man. Your Tang clan's agreement should still be in effect, right?" Tang Feng's face twitched as he glared at Tang Yuan hatefully. When Tang Yuan, who was not far away, felt this gaze, he immediately raised his head in fright. For the sake of the six-tailed spirit fox in Seven-Horn Mountain, the Tang clan had been preparing for many years. Finally, the opportunity for the six-tailed spirit fox to give birth had arrived. After giving birth, the six-tailed spirit fox would be extremely weak. Its strength would drop to the martial saint realm. To the Tang clan, this was a rare opportunity. Coincidentally, at this moment, the blue-clothed man found the Tang clan. Both parties immediately came to an agreement. The blue-clothed man would deal with the six-tailed spirit fox, and the Tang clan would seal the spirit blood jade that they had obtained from the auction in the great Tang nation, who knew that after everything was prepared, as long as Tang Yuan and the others brought the spirit blood jade, they could take action immediately. However, Tang Yuan and the others had lost the spirit blood jade. This caused Tang Feng to fly into a rage out of humiliation. After he scolded Tang Yuan, he prepared to stake it all on one throw. He sent people from the Tang clan to bring the spirit blood jade back. When the appointed time arrived, the death-sworn still did not return. Tang Feng guessed that the matter had been exposed and could not wait any longer. After the blue-clothed man lured the six-tailed spirit fox away, he sent people to steal the young it gave birth to. Feeling that its young had been stolen, the six-tailed spirit fox actually went berserk. Under its might, all the spirit beasts in Seven-Horn Mountain went berserk and chased after the Tang clan. Along the way, the Tang clan disciples either died or were injured. The originally strong group was now left with only a few dozen people. The only hope they had now was this blue-clothed man. Recollecting his thoughts, Tang Feng said anxiously, "Senior Lun, naturally, you did not go back on the agreement. Our Tang clan will definitely keep our promise. However, how do we leave the mountain now?" The blue-clothed man smiled faintly. "There is a rank 4 spirit beast, 3 rank 5 spirit beasts, and an uncountable number of rank 3 spirit beasts rushing over here." Hearing this, the already anxious faces of the Tang clan members became even more terrified. Along the way, they had resisted with all their might. However, when surrounded by a large group of spirit beasts, it was futile. "Senior Lun, what do you mean by this?" Tang Feng asked, trembling. The blue-clothed man smiled casually. "Elder Tang, there is no need to be nervous. Since I followed you here, I will guarantee that you will leave this place alive. Think about it. Who would be more anxious than us now that such a situation has occurred?" Tang Feng thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He said joyfully, "Are you saying that the Shao clan—" "That's right. With such a big situation happening, the Shao clan will definitely send people to investigate. However, the spirit beasts are already in a frenzy. They will not be reasonable and will only kill anyone they see. With them helping us block for a while, escaping should not be a problem. Right now, the biggest problem is the little spirit fox that young Master Tang is carrying. The six-tailed spirit fox can vaguely sense the position of the spirit fox. As long as we bring the spirit fox along, it will be very difficult to escape from the group of spirit beasts behind us." Looking at the little spirit fox with its eyes closed in his embrace, Tang Feng felt a headache. This little thing was like a death sentence. When he heard the blue-clothed man's words, he seemed to feel relieved. He said, "Senior Lun, are you saying that we should give up on this little spirit fox? You cannot let it go." Before the blue-clothed man could say anything, Tang Feng shouted. Originally, after sealing the six-tailed spirit fox, they would be able to form a strong fighting force. Now, they could only obtain the infant of the six-tailed spirit fox. Who knew how long it would take for it to form a strong fighting force? However, now that so many people had died and they had spent so much effort, if they let the little spirit fox go, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. The blue-clothed man smiled gently. "I do not intend to give up on this little spirit fox. What I mean is that as long as someone escapes with the little spirit fox, with the Shao clan blocking for us, the rest of us will definitely be able to escape. There is not much time left, Elder Tang. Please make a decision quickly." Tang Feng quickly thought about it and quickly agreed with the blue-clothed man's point of view. However, who should he send to lure it away was a problem. First of all, the blue-clothed man had to be eliminated, not to mention whether he would agree or not. Even if he agreed, Tang Feng would not be at ease leaving it to him. Otherwise, he could just leave and come up with a random excuse, saying that he had lost it. No one would dare to do anything to him. Next, he had to eliminate himself as well. Luring the six-tailed spirit fox away sounded simple, but if he was not careful, he might lose his life here. So many people had died along the way. Tang Feng was already very frightened. He did not want anything to happen to himself. Thus, the only candidate left was Tang Yuan, who had just made a huge mistake. After making up his mind, Tang Feng immediately said, "Follow the first young master and bring the little spirit fox down the mountain. If Tang Yuan loses this little spirit fox, I believe I do not need to tell you how the clan head will punish you." Chapter 40. Although Tang Yuan was dissatisfied, he did not dare to go against the first elder's wishes. He had made a huge mistake in this mission, resulting in his current situation. He originally thought that this mission would be very easy. After he completed it, he would be able to leave a good impression on his father. At the same time, he would be able to befriend the second elder and the first elder, completely suppressing his second brother. Now, it seemed like all his hopes were dashed. He could only hope to bring the little spirit fox back and see if he could make up for his mistake and reduce his punishment to the lowest. The blue-clothed man looked at the departing group with a strange expression. It was as though he already knew that Tang Feng would make such a decision. He withdrew his smile and said, "First elder, follow me back." "Senior Lun, are you right? Go back?" Tang Feng said in astonishment. The blue-clothed man said coldly, "That nine-tailed spirit fox is just a spent force. It will not have any combat strength left after a while. I do not wish to let the Shao clan people off so easily." Tang Feng's brain could not process what the blue-clothed man was trying to do. "Since that is the case, why did you ask Tang Yuan and the rest to leave?" The blue-clothed man smiled. A group of martial masters would not be of much help even if they stayed. It would be troublesome if they were discovered by the Shao clan. It would be better to leave as soon as possible. Actually, the blue-clothed man did not intend to let the group of people leave alive. This group of people brought along their cubs and would soon be caught by the six-tailed spirit fox. At that time, there would be no chance of survival. This group of people only had one purpose: to lure the six-tailed spirit fox away. They would not let the berserk six-tailed spirit fox find the blue-clothed man. The berserk six-tailed spirit fox was already a martial king. The blue-clothed man did not want to clash with it. He only hoped that they could lure it away for as long as possible. Just at this moment, the roars of spirit beasts came from behind them. The blue-clothed man looked at the spirit beasts behind him. They were 5 rank 4 spirit beasts, purple arm apes. Earth Dragon Wave. The blue-clothed man snorted coldly. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the ground. It spun slowly like a spiral, like a swimming snake. Boom! A huge earth dragon broke out of the ground. Its surging energy shattered all the rocks on the ground. It roared angrily and swung its tail violently at the 4 purple arm apes. The 5 purple-armed apes couldn't dodge in time and were all hit. The power of the dragon's tail instantly sent them flying. Then, the dragon's head charged forward, and the 4 purple-armed apes couldn't get up anymore. "Let's go." Looking at the dumbfounded Tang Feng, the man in blue said indifferently. The 2 of them walked away quietly, completely unaware that Xiao Chen's divine sense had already seen everything. By changing the way he used his spiritual sense, the range of his detection doubled. Xiao Chen inadvertently scanned this group of people. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. The strength of a martial saint was too horrifying. He defeated 5 rank 4 spirit beasts in an instant. After informing Xiao Yulan, Xiao Chen immediately left the encampment and chased after Tang Yuan and the others. Currently, the strongest person in this group was only a martial master. Furthermore, they were all injured. What Xiao Chen wanted to do now was to snatch the infant of the 6-tailed spirit fox. The offspring of the 6-tailed spirit fox were naturally rank 6 spirit beasts. When they grew up, they would not need to evolve to have 6 tails. There was a cultivation method for demonic beasts in the Compendium of Cultivation. It should be able to be used for spirit beasts as well. A spirit beast that was naturally rank 6, with the help of the Compendium of Cultivation, would definitely be of great help to Xiao Qin. This was the reason why Xiao Qin had to snatch the infant of the 6-tailed spirit fox. Furthermore, he had the spirit blood jade. After he snatched it, he could instantly seal it and hide the aura of the infant, not fearing the revenge of the 6-tailed spirit fox. After Xiao Chen left the encampment, he immediately used the gravity spell and slowly flew up. He did not dare to fly too high, as there were many flying spirit beasts in 7 Horn Mountain. Because the gravity spell was too slow to execute, its usefulness in actual combat was greatly reduced. However, it was very useful for traveling. Xiao Chun locked his spiritual sense on Tang Yuan and the others as he slowly followed them. In his spiritual sense, Tang Yuan and the others were already entangled by a group of rank 4 spirit beasts. Xiao Chun also felt a strong aura in the distance, rushing over with all its might. It should be the 6-tailed spirit fox that had already gone berserk. After traveling for a few more minutes, the figures of Tang Yuan and the others finally appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, quietly stopped on a tree branch, observing the group of people below. Of the 7 of them, aside from Tang Yuan, who was a superior grade martial disciple, the other 6 were medial grade or inferior grade martial masters. The group of spirit beasts surrounding them were 3 rank 4 blood wolves. A rank 4 blood wolf was equivalent to a martial grand master. It was only a matter of time before these 7 people were defeated. Even if they could defeat this group of blood wolves, with the speed of the 6-tailed spirit fox, it would be able to catch up. At that time, they would die even more miserably. Xiao Chen just had to wait patiently for an opportunity. He did not need to take too much risk. "First, young master, you should leave first. We will hold them off," one of the 7 people said. Tang Yuan had been waiting for these words. After saying these polite words, he immediately turned around and left with the infant spirit fox in his arms. The opportunity had come. Xiao Chen grinned. His body swayed gently in the air as he quietly followed. Tang Yuan ran down the mountain with all his might. Looking at the infant spirit fox in his embrace, he felt helpless and unresigned. If it were not for that strange person, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Boom! In the dark night, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in front of him. Tang Yuan was startled and quickly retreated. He thought in fear, could it be him? After the lightning faded, Xiao Chen's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Tang Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. "Young Master Tang, long time no see." When Tang Yuan saw Xiao Chen's appearance clearly, he said in disbelief, It's you, Xiao Chen. How is it possible? Hand over the infant 6-tailed spirit fox," Xiao Chen said coldly, ignoring Tang Yuan's astonishment. Tang Yuan was stunned for a while before he suddenly laughed loudly. "You hid your strength very well. All of us misjudged you. However, I hate people like you who like to hide their strength the most. Do you want this infant spirit fox? I will kill it now and none of us will get it." Tang Yuan seemed to have recalled something extremely painful. He raised the infant spirit fox high up in the air and ruthlessly threw it to the ground. So, a strand of purple flame spun a few times on Xiao Chen's fingertip and shot towards Tang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the purple flame arrived in front of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was startled and held the infant spirit fox in his embrace again. He extended his right palm and used his essence to form a small essence shield. Chi! The flame was like an awl as it easily pierced through the essence shield in Tang Yuan's hand. After that, it drilled into his arm. Tang Yuan cried out miserably as his right hand was quickly burned to ashes. The spirit fox in his embrace also fell to the ground. Xiao Chen shouted and stomped on the ground. He flew up and kicked Tang Yuan, sending him flying. Then he extended his hand and caught the infant spirit fox. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Tang Yuan, who was lying on the ground, looked at the ferocious Xiao Chen and begged for help. He no longer had the guts he had earlier. Leaving such a person alive would be a disaster. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not let him off. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and the purple thunder, true, fire shot out. In the next moment, Tang Yuan was struck by the purple flames. Before he could even cry out, he was burned to ashes. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the infant spirit fox in his embrace. Its snow-white skin was not tainted by any dust. With its eyes closed, the spirit fox looked like a peaceful kitten. It was extremely cute. This little fellow did not know that its mother had gone crazy because of it. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity. He took out the spirit blood jade and bit his finger. Then he dripped a drop of his blood onto the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen immediately felt as if a trace of his soul had been extracted and poured into the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen was slightly astonished. Nature was truly a work of the gods. Such a miraculous item could be formed naturally. Recollecting his thoughts, he followed the method that Xiao Yulan taught him and made a small cut on the infant spirit fox. The spirit fox's blood also dripped onto the spirit blood jade. Jia! The little spirit fox woke up from the pain and struggled to jump out of Xiao Chen's embrace. Before it landed, a strong suction came from the spirit blood jade and sucked the little spirit fox in. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of spiritual sense into the spirit blood jade. After it entered, an empty space appeared in front of him. The little spirit fox stood quietly in the air. The wounds on its body had already healed. It opened its eyes and looked around curiously. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. Before he could do anything, a strong aura came over. In the dark night, a resplendent light appeared above Xiao Chen, suppressing Xiao Chen's aura. He did not dare to make any moves. Bang! The light landed on the ground, and a 10-meter tall, six-tailed spirit fox appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Its 6 white tails were at least 20 meters long, pointing straight towards the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Xiao Chen. An overwhelming baleful aura came from the 6-tailed spirit fox. Under this pressure, Xiao Chen found it difficult to breathe. His forehead was filled with sweat and his hands were trembling nonstop. Why did they come so quickly? Xiao Chen looked at the 6-tailed spirit fox in astonishment. These 6-tailed spirit foxes came at the wrong time. Ayo! At the critical moment, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body let out a long, drawn-out cry. The might of a holy beast burst forth and blocked the soaring, baleful aura. Xiao Chen finally regained his ability to move. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to retreat, the huge 6-tailed spirit fox suddenly collapsed. With a loud boom, it broke countless trees and kicked up a large cloud of dust. Haha, this beast is finally out of strength. Elder Tang, go and deal with that Xiao clan brat and take revenge for your young master. This old man will deal with these 6-tailed spirit foxes. The blue-clothed man chased after the aura of the 6-tailed spirit foxes and laughed loudly. Tang Feng snorted coldly and did not say anything. He stared at Xiao Chen. He and the blue-clothed man had just arrived when they saw Tang Yuan dying at the hands of Xiao Chen. If it were not for the blue-clothed man holding him back, he would have rushed over. Chapter 41. Hu Qi. Just as the man in blue was about to make his move, a flying saber pierced through the air and flew towards him. The essence on the flying saber created a shockwave in the air. In the dark night, one could even see the sparks from the intense friction. The expression of the man in blue did not change. He looked at the glowing flying saber and circulated the essence in his body. A few stone lines gathered on his right hand and flowed into it, spinning continuously. Within the whirlpool, a rock shot out and accurately struck the flying saber. There was a loud explosion, and the flying saber and the rock both shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions with the shockwave. Seeing Lu Fenglin walk out from the darkness, great waves appeared in the heart of the man in blue. Since when did Mo City have another martial saint? Could it be that the clan's information was wrong? However, he soon calmed down. This was because he discovered that the old man in front of him was only an inferior grade martial saint. As for himself, he was already a medial grade martial saint. At their cultivation realm, the difference of 1 grade would mean a huge difference in strength. Unless the other person had a divine weapon or high-ranked martial technique, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Who are you? Do you also have designs on these 6-tailed spirit foxes? Do you know the principle of first come, first served? After he saw Lu Fenglin's cultivation realm, The tone of the man in blue was no longer polite. Lu Fenglin smiled coldly and said indifferently, "First come, first served? I only know that those who are capable get it. I have never heard of this principle of first come, first served." This Lu Fenglin had only become a martial saint at the age of 60. His talent could only be said to be average. Many years ago, he already knew that he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation realm. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only think of other methods. This six-tailed spirit fox in front of him was a good opportunity. After he subdued it, it would be of great help to him. Furthermore, with his status in the Shao clan, he believed that after weighing the pros and cons, the Shao clan would definitely make Shao Chun hand over the spirit blood jade. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, the Shao clan would not offend a martial saint for an inferior grade martial disciple. The expression of the man in blue turned cold, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly. "You are just an inferior grade martial saint, yet you speak so arrogantly." Lu Fenglin faintly smiled and casually pointed. "Look over there." The person in blue followed the direction of his finger, and his expression changed greatly. Tang Feng, who was originally prepared to deal with Shao Qin, was now dealing with the attacks of the three martial grandmasters of the Shao clan in a sorry state. As for Shao Qin, he had already dodged to the side, calmly watching the battle. With three martial grandmasters fighting Tang Feng, there would not be any mishaps. Tang Feng's defeat was only a matter of time. At that time, when the three of them worked together with Lu Fenglin, even if the blue-clothed man was a medial grade martial saint, he would not be able to gain an advantage. The man in blue quickly thought of a countermeasure. A moment later, he made a decision in his heart. With a shout, he stomped his feet on the ground, and rocks appeared under his feet. The rock under his feet moved at a rapid speed. The rock was like a living creature as it twined around his legs. The speed of the blue-clothed man suddenly increased explosively. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lu Fenglin and fiercely kicked him. Bang! 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 At the same time, there were three explosions behind the blue-clothed man. Three earthen dragons burst out from the ground. They roared angrily and rushed at Lu Fenglin, sealing off all his escape routes. Lu Fenglin did not have an overly flustered expression on his face. He had already expected that the person in front of him would not give up so easily. He was constantly on guard against the sudden attack of the blue-clothed man. Lu Fenglin sent out a palm strike and blocked the kick of the blue-clothed man. Using the rebound force, he leaped into the air. Countless flying daggers appeared around him, spinning rapidly. Dance of 1,000 blades. The spinning flying daggers carried a huge amount of energy. They gave off a whistling sound, and a tornado tens of meters tall suddenly formed, blocking the three earthen dragons. The flying daggers, spinning in the wind, caused thousands of holes to appear on the gray bodies of the earthen dragons. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. The three earthen dragons circled around the strong wind. Occasionally, they would collide with the wall of wind intensely. The countless flying daggers on the wall of wind continuously exhausted the energy of the earthen dragons. The tornado that suddenly appeared and the circling earthen dragons formed an intense wind current. Gusts of wind spread out in all directions. The surroundings of the two martial saints were instantly filled with sand and rocks, and a strong wind howled. The first elder, Shao Chong, led two martial grandmasters to deal with Tang Feng. The situation was very relaxed. However, if they wanted to completely defeat Tang Feng, they would still need a period of time. After all, a martial grandmaster was not easy to deal with. Shao Chong glanced at the battle between Lu Fenglin and the blue-clothed man from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. The two of them seemed to be equally matched and were locked in a stalemate. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Fenglin was at a disadvantage. If Lu Fenglin was defeated, then the three of them would not be a match for the blue-clothed man. Tang Feng clearly understood the reasoning behind this. Hence, he expended his essence without a care for his life. He executed all sorts of martial techniques nonstop in order to delay the three of them. Only when the blue-clothed man won would he have a chance to live. The battle in the arena entered a strange situation. As long as one side could finish the battle quickly, the other side would immediately be defeated. Amidst the weak balance, everyone present had forgotten about Xiao Qin, who was quietly standing at the side. It was a very simple logic. No one would believe that an insignificant, inferior-grade martial disciple would have the ability to interfere in a battle between a martial grandmaster and a martial saint. However, was the situation really like this? Seeing Tang Feng bitterly holding on, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His spiritual sense locked onto Tang Feng's body. The essence in his body was continuously exhausted, and the lightning descend spell was ready to be unleashed. Boom! A bolt of lightning that exhausted half of Xiao Chen's essence descended from the sky. The thunderous lightning lit up the dark night like it was daytime. The instant the lightning solidified, everyone's expression turned sluggish. Tang Feng, who was in a bitter battle, did not notice the lightning that suddenly appeared. After the light dissipated, the dark night arrived once again. The lightning that only existed for an instant gave people a feeling that it was unreal. However, Tang Feng, who was completely charred and had black smoke coming out of his head, felt very real. Attack! The first elder, Xiao Chong, was the first to react. He sent a palm strike at Tang Feng's body. The two people beside him quickly made their moves. Another 2 sharp attacks landed on Tang Feng's body. Xiao Chong turned his head and looked at the calm Xiao Qin. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "Go and help." With Xiao Chen making his move, the situation of the battle instantly turned around. Lu Fenglin led the 3 martial grandmasters to surround and attack the blue-clothed man. The blue-clothed man looked at Tang Feng's corpse hatefully, feeling extremely dissatisfied in his heart. At this moment, there was no longer any chance of victory. The blue-clothed man was a decisive person. After he blocked the attacks of the 4 people, he immediately retreated. Lu Fenglin looked at the unconscious 6-tailed spirit fox on the ground, then looked at the nearby Xiao Qin. He said to the first elder, "Chase, he is not injured now. He can sneak attack us at any time." Indeed, the sneak attack of a medial-grade martial saint could instantly cause 3 martial grandmasters to lose their combat prowess. At this point, Lu Fenglin did not dare to be careless. After all, the body of the 6-tailed spirit fox was so huge. Even if Xiao Qin wanted to move it away, he would not have the ability to do so. Killing it was even more impossible. He was the only one here. If the 6-tailed spirit fox died, everyone would know that he was the culprit. Without any worries, Lu Fenglin did not hesitate to lead the 3 of them to chase after the blue-clothed man. He did not hope to kill him, but he wanted to make sure that he did not have the ability to attack again. As Xiao Chen watched the 3 of them leave, he slowly walked towards the 6-tailed spirit fox on the ground. When Lu Fenglin left earlier, the threat in his eyes was very obvious. Thinking of Lu Fenglin's attitude, Xiao Qin felt indignant. He snorted lightly, an inferior-grade martial saint. He is just a consecrator of my Xiao clan, yet he does not care about me at all. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked for the spirit blood jade. Now he even dares to threaten me. This young master will not do as you wish. Focusing his gaze on the 6-tailed spirit fox, Xiao Qin saw that its body was covered in horrifying wounds. Some of the horrifying wounds were even visible to the bone. These wounds should have been left behind when the 6-tailed spirit fox fought with the blue-clothed man when it was weak. After it went berserk, it overdrafted its life force, causing its injuries to become even more severe. This was once a rank 6 spirit beast, an inferior grade martial king. Now it was in such a miserable state. Xiao Qin felt that it was a pity. Even though they were animals, the relationship between mother and child was very sincere. Xiao Qin thought about the cute little fellow in the spirit blood jade. If it was not for this little fellow, the absolute king of Seven-Horn Mountain would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Chun measured the size of the six-tailed spirit fox. After he understood, he aimed the universe ring in his hand at the six-tailed spirit fox on the ground. With a so sound, the six-tailed spirit fox entered the universe ring. The spatial rings of this world could not contain living things. However, the universe ring was different. If the spirit beast was unconscious or willing to enter, as long as it could contain it, there would not be any problems. Lu Fenglin, who had left, did not expect that Xiao Chen would use the universe ring to bring the six-tailed spirit fox away. Otherwise, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have let Xiao Chen stay where he was. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to investigate his surroundings. He discovered that the surrounding spirit beasts had mostly dispersed. This should have something to do with the six-tailed spirit fox fainting. After he figured out the direction in which Lu Fenglin and the others left, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and swallowed a qi-returning pill. Then he headed in another direction and continuously used the lightning evasion. After 10 claps of thunder, Xiao Chen was already 1,000 meters away. Seven-Horn Mountain was only 3,000 meters tall. The place where Xiao Chen stopped was halfway up the mountain. He rested for a while and waited for his essence to replenish. Then, Xiao Chen found a hidden cave and stopped. He released the six-tailed spirit fox from the universe ring. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Just treat it as me repaying my debt of gratitude. I snatched away your child for nothing. I cannot watch you die like this. Furthermore, I will not let Lu Fenglin snatch you away. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable." Chapter 42. Lu Fenglin led the first elder and the other two and chased after the blue-clothed person anxiously. However, the blue-clothed person's speed was incomparably fast. The rocks around his feet twisted and turned continuously, allowing him to move as though he was flying. Not long after, they left the sight of the group. Everyone could only helplessly give up on the chase. Under Lu Fenglin's lead, they hurried back. What's going on? Why did the six-tailed spirit fox disappear? Lu Fenglin said in astonishment as he looked at the empty ground. Where's Xiao Chen? Where did Xiao Chen go? He must have secretly taken the six-tailed spirit fox away. The six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared and Xiao Chen could not find it. Lu Fenglin immediately thought that Xiao Chen might have taken the six-tailed spirit fox away. Then he felt that something was wrong. The six-tailed spirit fox was over 10 meters tall. As an inferior-grade martial disciple, Xiao Chen would not be able to take it away without leaving a trace. When Xiao Chong heard Lu Fenglin's reprimanding tone, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. This Lu Fenglin was too arrogant. No matter what, Xiao Chen was the second son of the clan head. How could he, a consecrator, speak to him in such a manner? Hiding his emotions, the first elder carefully observed his surroundings. He discovered that there were no traces of the six-tailed spirit fox being dragged away. It was as though the six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared into thin air. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chong said, "Elder Lu, the way I see it, the six-tailed spirit fox's disappearance is too strange. It is too early to conclude that it was taken away by Xiao Chen." The other two martial grandmasters looked at their surroundings and felt that it was very strange as well. This situation was unimaginable. One of them said, "Could it be that after the six-tailed spirit fox recovered from its injuries, it flew away with Xiao Chen? That's absurd. That six-tailed spirit fox was already severely injured. After that, it went berserk and exhausted a large amount of its life force. How could it recover so quickly?" Lu Fenglin retorted loudly. Xiao Chang stood with his hands behind his back and carefully observed his surroundings. However, he did not discover any clues. It looked like only Xiao Qin knew the reason for the disappearance of the six-tailed spirit fox. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chang said, "The most important thing now is to find Xiao Qin first. No matter what, he is the second son of the clan head. If anything happens to him, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Now that the spirit beast rampage has stopped, I've decided to seal off the mountain immediately. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. If you run into any remnants of the Tang family, you can kill them on the spot." Lu Fenglin did not have any objections to this arrangement. He also did not know how the six-tailed spirit fox had disappeared. He could only find Xiao Qin first. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. At this moment, Xiao Qin was in the hidden cave, applying golden salve to the six-tailed spirit fox. This golden salve was given to him by Xiao Yulan previously, but he had never used it. Now it finally came in handy. Xiao Qin carefully applied the golden salve to all the wounds. The white medicinal powder gave off a sizzling sound as the skin of the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox trembled. After doing all this, Xiao Qin started to slowly infuse the essence in his body into the body of the six-tailed spirit fox. Streams of gentle essence silently nourished the severely injured internal organs of the six-tailed spirit fox. While Xiao Qin was concentrating on treating the six-tailed spirit fox, he did not notice that the originally unconscious six-tailed spirit fox opened its tightly shut eyes slightly. It had memorized Xiao Qin's appearance in its heart. After circulating the essence in the six-tailed spirit fox's body once, Xiao Qin discovered that the meridians of this spirit beast could be used to cultivate the cultivation methods recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation for Demonic Beasts. According to the Compendium of Cultivation, all living creatures with spirituality could cultivate. In the ancient legends of China, there were many famous demonic immortals. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qin decided to teach the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation to the six-tailed spirit fox. There were very few records of demonic beasts in the Compendium of Cultivation. There was only the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. Following the circulation method of the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Xiao Qin controlled his essence and slowly circulated it through the meridians of the six-tailed spirit fox. After an hour, the essence completed a small cycle according to the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. This was equivalent to leaving a circulation method for the essence in the body of the six-tailed spirit fox. After it woke up, it could follow the essence path that Xiao Qin left behind and cultivate by itself. "Take it as compensation," Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he withdrew his essence. This mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a mysterious cultivation method left behind by the legendary demonic realm. "Idiot, why are you still not leaving? This fox is about to wake up." Suddenly, a melodious voice came from the empty cave. Xiao Qin, who was deep in thought, was startled. He immediately released his spiritual sense and looked around. However, in the empty cave, aside from himself and the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox, there was no one else. Using his spiritual sense, he did not find anyone within a kilometer of him. Was it an illusion? It doesn't seem like it, Xiao Qin thought suspiciously as he looked around vigilantly. "Idiot, stop looking, I am here." Under Xiao Qin's astonished gaze, a somewhat illusory figure of a girl slowly floated out from the universe, ring in his hand. This girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. She wore red clothes and looked very cute. However, her body gave off a feeling of emptiness. Xiao Qin was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He asked, "Are you a human or a ghost? How did you come out?" Hearing Xiao Qin's question, a furious expression appeared on the girl's face. However, When this furious expression appeared on her adorable face, no one could sense any anger at all. I am not a human or a ghost. I am just a sword spirit. Don't make such a big deal out of nothing. My name is Ao Jiao, the girl said with disdain. Sword spirit? Could it be the broken sword in the Thunder King's cave? Xiao Qin suddenly recalled that when he dripped his blood on the universe ring, he had heard a girl's voice. At that time, he thought it was an illusion and did not pay much attention to it. Just as Xiao Qin was about to ask a question, the infant spirit fox in the spirit blood jade suddenly leaped out and ran towards the unconscious six-tailed spirit fox. Xiao Qin was startled and was about to grab it back. Don't chase after it. This little fellow has signed a blood contract with you. It will not get lost. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Qin, who was preparing to make a move. After she spoke, she flew out of the cave. Although Xiao Qin was concerned about the infant spirit fox, he had too many questions about the sudden appearance of this girl, so he could only follow her. Outside the cave, the girl called Ao Jiao was not a girl. To be more accurate, she was a sword spirit. She had a grave expression as she looked up at the stars in the sky. It seemed like there was something she was chasing. Xiao Qin organized his thoughts. After he thought through the questions he wanted to ask, he stepped forward and said, Who exactly are you? How are you related to me? You can tell me more clearly. Ao Jiao, who was floating in the air and looking at the stars, turned her head back. She did not answer Xiao Qin's question directly. Instead, she sized up Xiao Qin from top to bottom, like she was sizing up goods. Her eyes revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. Xiao Qin felt very uncomfortable being stared at like that. He said somewhat impatiently, Hey, wimpy brat, can you not look at me like that? Answer my question. Where did you come from? Ao Jiao frowned and clenched her right hand into a fist. She said ruthlessly, Who are you calling a wimpy brat? You trashy master. Do you believe that I will throw you into the sea of skeletons to feed the zombies? Trashy master. When Xiao Qin heard this, he thought about the clues he knew. This little fellow came out from his universe ring. The predecessor of the universe ring was the broken sword from the Thunder King's cave. Earlier, this little fellow said that every divine weapon would give birth to a weapon spirit. Sabers had saber spirits, swords had sword spirits, spears had spear spirits. Weapon spirits possessed intelligence, no different from humans. However, their personalities were different. When a divine weapon possessed a weapon spirit, it would truly possess spirituality. In battle, its might would also become even stronger. The broken sword in the Thunder King's cave seemed to be a divine weapon. However, due to some unknown reason, the sword was broken in half. However, the sword spirit within it was not destroyed. In that case, it was very likely that the situation was like this. When I forged the broken sword into a universe ring and refined it into a magic treasure, I unintentionally subdued this sword spirit and became its master. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin smiled to himself. Taking in a lowly sword spirit as a servant was not a bad thing. However, this fellow's attitude seemed a little off. Hey, idiot! Why are you laughing foolishly for no reason? Epilepsy? Ao Jiao said suspiciously as she looked at Xiao Qin, who suddenly laughed. Idiot? Epilepsy? Xiao Qin nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. He said angrily, I should be your master, right? Is this your attitude? The corner of Ao Jiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile as she said, Master? I was just about to tell you. Although I don't know how you became my master when I was unconscious, with your current strength, you are not even an ant in my eyes. Can you expect an elephant to have a good attitude towards an ant? Young man, this is illogical. Ant. Xiao Qin was somewhat annoyed. However, when he saw Ao Jiao's expression, he could not get angry. Even if this little girl was a poisonous snake with her cute face, it was impossible to be angry at her. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. In that case, Miss Ao Jiao, why did you suddenly appear? Is it just to look down on this trash of a master? I am just reminding you to leave quickly. That six-tailed spirit fox is about to recover. You have sealed her cub. If you do not leave now, only death awaits you. If you die, I will also be injured. So, quickly become stronger. Trash of a master, don't let a sword spirit live in fear. It is very embarrassing. After Ao, Jiao finished speaking. She took one last look at the stars in the sky before entering the universe ring. No matter how Xiaoqin called out, she did not come out.